All right, Evelyn, I think we can start with a roll call.
Trustee Lee,
Here.
Trustee King is absent, Trustee Marquez is absent, Vice President Weekly,
Present.
President Wells.
Here. Good evening. Welcome. It's the November 12th, 2025 meeting of the Redwood City School District Governing Board. Buenas noches. Si requiere interpretación al español, por favor llama al 978-8-990-5137 y presione 837-7041 y el signo de número. Si asiste a la reunión en persona, solicita un transmisor situado al fondo de la sala. All members, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us tonight. All members of the public, are our partners in education, and the board encourages you to participate and provide comments on issues of concern, regardless of whether they're on the agenda. So to speak, you can fill out a speaker's card online, or if you're on Zoom, you can raise your hand when the agenda item comes up, your Zoom hand. And if you're here in person, you'll find a speaker's card at the entrance to the room. If you just grab one, fill it out, hand it to Evelyn. That'd be great. And if you're addressing something listed on the agenda, we'll call you when that agenda item comes up. And if it's not on the agenda, then you'll be called shortly during the oral communication agenda item. And then to be fair to all speakers, we do limit public comments to 3 minutes per person per topic unless otherwise noted. All right. And with that, we will move on to, are there any changes to the agenda? No. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I move we approve the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And then we're on to public comment. I shall look and see if we have public comment today. Evelyn, do we have cards? A card is coming. Great. And none online. And then I'm not logged into Zoom. Is anybody?
But it's for the community schools presentation.
Okay, for the community schools. Okay, cool. And Augustine, this is for a generic one or for an agenda item? Okay, great. It's your time. You want to come up and we'll call Augustine Espina.
No. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all here. My name is Agustin Espino, and we are here, some parents of the Redwood City School District. We start talking to each other. Soon we realize that the kids have been struggled, our kids, every one of us. And then, so we start looking on it to see what's going on. We start doing some research. We find out the data. It showed that our kids, Latino kids, brown collar kids, it's been a struggle for so long. And then so since we are looking at data, proof from the state, the current process is not yielding the results that we wanted. So we are here to ask to please look and work to find a solution for this. We know, we recognize this is not an easy task, but we must do something for our kids. One of the potential options that we've been talking about is possible adding a teacher, has teacher assistant to the classroom, making small classes. We don't know. We just try to gather the information what we can do to come and ask for help. To our understanding on the meetings, it's been known that our kids, because they are a second language learner, the district get additional funds. So we want that to be reflected on our kids, because the data that we've been looking at this is not happening last year or 2 years. We've been seeing this for so long. And also we want to acknowledge that it's not only Redwood City District, but we collectively, we want to raise a voice and say we need to see a change. It's just, I was looking at the data of Roy School and Hoover. They're very much the same amount of kids, but the outcome is so different. So that's why we are all out here asking you all to please consider working with our kids. We need to make a difference. Our kids need you guys' help. It's time so that we all came together to do something. Please take it in consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Augustine, for your comments and for the other parents for joining you up here today. We hear you as a board, as a governing team, and we know. So thank you for raising it. Okay, I don't see any other public speakers. Okay. Then we're on to the bond program consent items. We pass these as one motion. They're considered routine. Can I get a motion to approve?
I move we approve the bond consent items.
Is that right?
Seconded.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, and there are no, that was an aye for me too. There are no bond program action items, so we're on to the meat of our meeting, which is the school and community reports, and we're going to start with the Community Schools and Partnerships Department Board Report. Anna.
So tonight we have our first report, community schools with Miss Michelle. Her last presentation, and then we also have her team here. And I believe all of her community school team is all here today. So welcome, Michelle.
Thank you all. Now I have technology to work. Thank you, Anna, for doing that. Good evening, Dr. Baker, President Wells, trustees, and cabinet members. I am Michelle Griffith, and I am the Director of Community Schools and Partnerships. Thank you for the opportunity to share our community school report with you this evening. We come before you to share our work and our progress, but understand that we will not be able to share all you're curious about. Therefore, if we end this presentation with additional questions and curiosities, we are happy to address those this evening or in the near future. Did it work? Wait. There. Oh. Thank you. The success of our work is rooted in collaboration, and that spirit is reflected in both tonight's report and presentation. Here you can see the dedicated individuals who will be presenting this evening. I also want to take a moment to recognize the many members of our community school team, including our incredible parent leaders, whose partnership is truly at the heart of our work. I'm trying. Can you put it forward, Anna? Okay. Tonight we'll start with an overview of our community schools work, followed by key program highlights from across our sites. Next, we'll share our intentional practices and impact, showing how our coordinated efforts are supporting students and families. We'll then launch on innovation, adaptation, and growth, and our intentional collaboration that drives this work forward. Finally, we'll close with moving forward, outlining our next steps and areas of focus for the year ahead. Anna. We will now move into our community schools overview. Go ahead. In essence, a community school is a hub for the entire community that supports the whole child by integrating academics with health, social, emotional, and family services, while actively engaging families and community partners to create a safe, inclusive, and thriving learning environment. The community school model goes beyond traditional schooling by addressing barriers to learning and ensuring every student has the resources and opportunities to succeed. The community school model rests on these 4 pillars. These pillars support students, families, and school communities. Pillar number 1, expanded and enriched learning, provides meaningful after-school, summer, and enrichment opportunities. Pillar 2, integrated student supports, ensures students and families have access to services addressing academic, social, emotional, and basic needs. We have 2 starred pillars here. Pillar 3, collaborative leadership and practices, is one of our 2 focus pillars for the 25-26 school year. as we are working to build stronger site leadership teams, improving coordination among staff, families, students, and partners, and creating structured processes for shared decision-making. And then Pillar 4, active family and community engagement. This year, we're also working to grow this pillar by expanding family advisory councils, increasing parent leadership, and strengthening partnerships so families have opportunities to share their meaningful voices. Our department has also established study groups to research best practices for these two last pillars, with findings and recommendations to be shared by year end. Together, these pillars promote supported students, engaged families, and every school connected to the communities. Next one. This slide provides a brief overview of the Redwood City School District's Community Schools Initiative. For 28 years, Redwood City School District has partnered with the City of Redwood City, the County of San Mateo, and the John W. Gardner Center. This collaborative partnership not only made our community school model possible, but has supported our sustainability and expansion, allowing our work to grow stronger year after year. Redwood City School District currently operates 8 community schools, each with a family center, a community school coordinator, and family resource center administrative assistants. There is additional staffing at some of our sites, which include case managers addressing both housing and attendance, and mental health therapists supporting student wellness. Our schools collaborate with a wide range of community organizations that provide mentoring, expanded learning, mental health, and family supports. In addition to district funding, 8 external grants help sustain our infrastructure, expanded learning programs, and mental health services. Altogether, this represents a strong, coordinated system that ensures our students and families are supported both inside and outside of the schools. It is now my honor to bring to our podium Amy Gerstein, the Executive Director of the Stanford John W. Gardner Center for Youth and their Communities, and Kristen Geiser, Deputy Director and Senior Research Associate for Stanford's John W. Gardner Center for Youth and their Communities.
Thank you, Michelle. My name is Amy Gerstein. I'm the Executive Director of the John W. Gardner Center. And the Gardner Center has been a center at Stanford that engages in community partnership work. We conduct research, we provide technical assistance, and our main goal is to improve policy and practice for the success of young people and their communities. We particularly take a whole child approach, which is in the literature often referred to as youth development approach, which means we're really thinking about the whole child all the time. We know that in order for students to learn, they need to be healthy. They need to be well rested. They need to be well fed. And if they are experiencing distress of any kind, it really makes it hard from even just a brain perspective to access the areas of the brain where they can learn. And so we have been longtime partners with the Redwood City School District, and a huge focus of our work has been on supporting community schools. In the very beginning, we were involved in supporting the learning and development. We took folks to New York City to see some of the oldest and strongest community schools in the country. And now, and for many years now, I have recommended Redwood City as a place for people to visit to see how this approach really works and works well. An important part of our work is that we think about communities and youth being in a mutual engagement, whereas youth won't thrive unless communities are thriving, and communities thrive when youth are thriving. And so that requires a whole system approach and a multifaceted approach. And all of these things work together and coherently. And one of the things I can tell you after more than 30 years in working with school districts and schools and being a teacher is that coherence is not something we see typically in school districts. So it's a huge honor to work with a strong district like Redwood City that really works to make sure all of its programs are working towards it kind of in the same direction. And I just will say it's been a real honor, and I'm delighted to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Amy, and thank you so much, Kristen. About 3 years ago, under Kristen Geiser's guidance, our department undertook a year-long process to develop our theory of action. Kristen and her team conducted 40 landscape interviews with staff, board members, and district leadership. While at our school sites, our community school team gathered input from students, parents, and site staff. Then our community schools coordinators came together with all of this input and district staff as well, and we collaborated to draft and refine the living document that we call our theory of action. The framework outlines core strategies, key activities, and preliminary outputs and outcomes, and serves as a resource to strengthen collaboration among everyone who invests in our student success. It reflects Redwood City School District's intentional community schools approach, acting as both a framework and strategy to promote equitable opportunities and outcomes. The framework identifies the central problem we seek to address. It highlights key strategies aligned with our 4 pillars and defines the conditions needed at the system, site, and individual levels to achieve meaningful results. Finally, it distinguishes between short-term outcomes achievable within 5 years and long-term outcomes expected over 5 or more years, showing how sustained collaboration and strategy implementation can improve access for students, families, and schools across the district. Thank you, Anna. The Community School Theory of Action team developed short and long-term goals to keep us focused on both immediate priorities and a shared vision of where we are ultimately heading. The intentionality behind these goals is that they are ongoing and reflect our continuous progress. Our work is focused across 3 key areas: the system level, which is the district level, the setting, which are the sites, and the individual, which are the children and the families. Our short-term goals are designed to strengthen system alignment, site capacity, and family engagement to advance equitable student outcomes. At the district level, we aim to build a shared understanding of community school goals, improve coordination among departments, and expand partnerships with high-quality community providers. At the school level, we're focused on ensuring staff meet role expectations, reducing service and program gaps, and using data and best practices to guide continuous improvement. For children and families, this means timely access to supports, increased participation in programs, improved attendance and academic achievement, and stronger family-school partnerships. These short-term goals reflect our foundation for growth. Thank you. In addition to our short-term goals, our theory of action outlines the long-term outcomes we aim to achieve over the next 5 years and beyond. At the systems level, all stakeholders will actively champion the community schools initiative, while district departments work collaboratively to align and combine resources. These collective efforts, in addition to strong and lasting community partnerships, will not only sustain the model, but strengthen as well. At the school level, staff will be highly effective and data-driven, working collaboratively to eliminate program gaps and continuously improve outcomes. For children and families, we envision stability, health, and success in every area: physical, social, emotional, and academic, and families leading as partners and advocates in their children's education. Together, these outcomes represent our commitment to a sustainable, equitable community school model that supports the whole child and the whole community. Okay, thank you. Before we dive into our program details later in the presentation, I'd like to share some of our department's highlights, key highlights and accomplishments for the 24-25 school year. Thank you. Our family centers saw 12,272 student visits and 5,839 parent visits. Our parent visits increased by 54% from the last school year. This demonstrating growing engagement from both students and families. In addition, 2,854 students participated in expanded learning programs and summer programming, providing meaningful opportunities to extend learning beyond the regular school day. Our community school specialists also contributed to positive outcomes with an average of a 5% improvement in attendance rates, reflecting the impact of coordinated supports on student engagement and success. These numbers clearly show the strength of our community school model and how our programs and services are supporting students' academic, social, and emotional growth with deepening family engagement in our schools. Next one. Thank you. Over the past year, our department has achieved several key milestones. We've refined our data collection and analysis, creating a more aligned system and consistent results across schools. We also developed and implemented our expanded learning evaluation tool to support high-quality program, which you will hear more about in a bit. Collaboration across our department has strengthened through our committee work, our community school showcases, our community school coordinators showcases, which highlighted site programming success. And we've now begun study groups aligned to our two focus pillars to research best practices for implementation. Thanks to the California Community Schools and Partnership Grant, we've expanded parent leadership, built new community partnerships, shared our work at statewide conferences, and enhanced family support through dedicated case managers addressing attendance concerns and housing insecurities. Finally, expanded grants and partnerships have allowed us to broaden enrichment opportunities, increasing our impact for students and families. These accomplishments drive continuous improvement and ultimately strengthen outcomes for the communities that we serve. I will turn this over to Elsa Iceborough.
Good evening. I'll be providing some insight into our intentional practices as a department to continuously address and improve the work we do to better support our students and families. Here's a brief overview of just like the different types of data our department collects. Through our data collection, we are able to assess the needs of our students and families, determine the types of partnerships to seek, and to reflect on our practices and adjust accordingly. Across all sites, we collect what we call a data at a glance, which is a snapshot of all services and programs at our school sites. We collect like different surveys to get an idea of where families, how families feel when they visit our family centers. We conduct narratives which are a bit more anecdotal, as well as we look at our SMART goals and the visits that we have at our family centers to kind of look at what the trends are. At our 4 CCSPP sites, we conduct annual needs and assets assessments, along with the tracking of attendance, behavior, and academics for those on case managers' caseloads, as well as pre and post surveys on what the experience was going through the different programs, and exit interviews with our parents to kind of see what shifts they have seen occur from the start to the end of programming. As part of our expanded learning, we track our program attendance, enrollment numbers, as well as annual surveys, mental health numbers, and PDs that we conduct, as well as the evaluation, goals, and progress monitoring. And to reflect on a lot of these pieces, we carry out what we call data-based inquiry days. Every summer, every site teams from each community school participate in 2 days of training to reflect and analyze disaggregated data to identify patterns and inequities. We create goals to address these inequities, and we seek to strengthen our practices through an equity-focused lens. These site teams consist of everyone from like principals to community partners, mental health counselors, case managers, because we feel that it's important to have everyone's perspective at the table, because we each play a vital role in the life of the child while they're with us. And we use various protocols to identify root causes because we believe that it's important to reflect on who we are and how we show up within our identities and how this impacts the work that we do with our students and families. Each site then synthesizes all this data to create what we call problems of practice and determine some actionable steps to guide priorities as well as goals. Mid-year, our community schools data team decided to do a mini DBI day to reflect on all the data that's collected specifically through family centers. And this was just to kind of review our first half of the year. This was an opportunity for us to identify trends, gaps, and adjust and align practices across our sites, and to reflect on progress towards our goals, as well as identify capacity building trainings and potential partnerships or discussions that maybe needed to come back to partners on site. And some of the data practices that we continue as a data committee is to conduct site visits to kind of look at how data tools are integrated, how operations are working at family centers, and to reflect on how to better align or shift. Because for us, it's if something is about assessing and shifting as like needed. And we continue to kind of just assess our work to align it to our theory of action. Some of the areas of impact that we have been able to kind of see is to have that coordinated care and case management and kind of see how that reflects in the work that's happening with students. We're seeing students being more ready for learning, as well as beginning to see some academic growth and continuing our holistic wraparound services. And so this is kind of like a summary that's pulled from our data at a glance. These are from the 24-25 school year. And when we talk about preparing for learning, our goal is to address and remove barriers to ensure students are prepared and ready to learn. In the 24-25 school year, we provided over 1,000 backpacks and over 2,000 uniforms to students. When we talk about wraparound support, our work does not start or stop at the doors of our schools. As a community school, we see students as an extension of their families and their communities. We are community hubs where over 10,000 units of food were provided to families through one of our food distributions, and over 1,000 children received some type of holiday support. We are safe and supportive spaces. Our family centers provide spaces for families to feel welcomed and where trust is built. We operate with the view that there is no wrong door, and we're there to support and navigate both within the school setting and in the community. We are intentional in our work, and last year alone conducted over 6,000 individual calls to connect with our families. And lastly, we really center and focus on learning. Through our work with partners, we ensure that students have safe and supportive spaces to continue their learning once the school day ends. And just in the last year, over 500 students received tutoring. And it's all done with intentional support. We work diligently to identify our tier 2 and tier 3 families to proactively work with them and navigate new systems and also when crises arise. Over 100 students received case management last year, and over 150 families were screened through our family intake process. To close off, I just wanted to highlight two results from surveys conducted in the family centers. In the 24-25 school year, we collected over 500 surveys of visitors that came into the family center. So 98% responded that FRCs were helpful in responding their questions and concerns. An additional, or 97% of families felt that they had a plan after visiting to address those concerns and needs. And as this quote states, this parent stated, "I feel very supported and listened to. There's always support in the family center, and they have an answer or solution to my concerns and needs." Now I will pass it on to Enrique.
All right. Good evening. My name is Enrique Calderon, and I'm the coordinator of expanded learning. We will now share how our innovation, adaptation, and growth are driving stronger support for students and families. Some of the key strategies driving this work are our Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, Lived Experience Parent Group, Thrive Program, and Community School Specialist Attendance Support. Starting with our Expanded Learning Program, I'm proud to share highlights from this past year showing how we've continued to grow and strengthen programs across the district. We streamlined enrollment by aligning our process with the district's first day of school packet, creating a more consistent process for families. We also maintained strong year-round participation, serving close to 3,000 students during the school year and summer, while at the same time deepening our enrichment programs, which include music classes focusing on banda and mariachi, danza folclórico, martial arts, paleontology educational series, and academic tutoring. Through a new Sequoia Healthcare District grant, we've expanded our existing mental health services to 56 hours a week, giving more students access to support after school. We strengthened professional development through 5 learning series with our 7 partnered organizations, focused on instructional quality and social emotional learning. Our program has also gained countywide recognition, and we've shared our model at multiple San Mateo County Office of Ed convenings. Finally, we launched a unified program evaluation framework to ensure quality and consistency across all of our sites. Now, to share more about how we're building staff capacity, I'll hand it over to Gilberto Guzman, our staff developer who works exclusively with our expanded learning programs, a role that is unique to Redwood City School District. Gil's work has been instrumental in providing targeted coaching and on-site support, helping elevate program quality for all of our district schools.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Gilberto Guzman. The goal of the EXLP is to ensure that after-school programs serve as an extension of the school day by aligning structures, expectations, and engagement strategies with those of the Redwood City School District school day. In order to achieve this, a scope and sequence was created, beginning with rules, routines, and relationships, moving on to engagement and inclusion, and ending with student voice and empowerment. Staff development includes different levels of support, the focus areas, program-wide PDs based on needs, targeted trainings aligned to site goals, individual coaching, supports to strengthen mentor practices, when needed, behavioral engagement strategies, practical tools for consistent and caring responses. Along with creating a sense of safety, belonging, and ownership, we also want to support academic growth. And in order to do so, I created a curriculum for PAL, which includes structured lessons promoting engagement, comprehension, and language development. Now I'll pass it back to Enrique, who will tell you a little bit more about student and parent voice.
Next slide. Yeah. So one of the things that we're most proud of is that our programs continue to be places where students feel a real sense of belonging. Based off of our spring 2025 partnered program student surveys, 86% of students said they feel safe and welcome every day. And on top of that, 84% said they have trusted relationships with adults they can go to for help. That tells us that our staff are building meaningful connections. Next slide. And it's not just our students who are feeling that impact. Our families are seeing it too. In our partner parent surveys, 94% of our parents said programs provide a safe and welcoming environment. Just as importantly, 91% of families said they feel respected and heard by our site coordinators and staff, really reinforcing that sense of trust and care. A little later, I'll share how we're using this data to guide our next steps, the proactive actions we're taking to strengthen engagement, expand supports, and continue improving the student and family experience. And speaking of how we're measuring and strengthening quality across all of our programs, I'm going to pass it over to Elsa, who not only led the development of our new evaluation tool, but really shaped it into something meaningful for our programs.
So we developed an evaluation tool using both the California quality standards for expanded day learning as well as the program quality assessment, also known as the PQA. Our goal with the development of this tool was to create alignment across our expanded day programs, serving students within the Redwood City School District, to ensure that they are providing quality programming, but also that to ensure policies and procedures are up to date for potential audits. This pilot is kind of in 4 phases, with the first part being what we call the artifact submission. We piloted this the spring of 2025, and as part of it, the programs that we piloted this would submit artifacts according to the different standards. We would review them and follow up on these submissions. Then that was followed by site observations, different days, different blocks, where we would observe everything from transitions to how they conducted youth development and engagement, which then led us to kind of debrief and create or write an initial report with program recommendations and identify top priorities for areas of improvement for the programs. And then we're now in what we call the program improvement and monitoring. For this phase, based on priority areas, we determined short, mid, and long-term goals. And we've developed a plan to monitor, as well as what we call a program improvement plan, to check in on progress, goals, and kind of just how they're aligning with our expectations for expanded day programming.
Next slide. So as we look ahead, our next steps are directly informed by the data that we've collected and continue to analyze. We're expanding enrichment opportunities to strengthen engagement and retention, with a particular focus on middle school students, which is a critical age group where consistent participation has a lasting impact. In response, we've applied for the K-12 Strong Workforce Grant to launch new CTE college and career pathway programs in an intentional effort to make expanded day learning more relevant and future focused for our 7th and 8th grade students. We'll know by the end of November if we receive that grant. Beyond enrichment, we're also continuing to grow our mental health supports through the Sequoia Healthcare District renewal, with plans to advocate for additional funding to meet the needs we're seeing across sites. At the same time, we're developing tiered supports and stronger PBIS alignment to reinforce the same culture of belonging after school as during the day. Additionally, we're deepening shared leadership through a new expanded day subcommittee, giving partners and stakeholders a stronger voice in shaping our collective work. We're expanding our evaluation tool to ensure all partnered programs across the district are part of our formal evaluation process as well. And to finalize it, I'd also like to give a big shout out to our community school coordinators, as well as our 7 amazing partnered programs and their dedicated staff, because a lot of this would not be possible without them. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Liz Calderon Garcia, who will now share about our California Community Schools and Partnership Program. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrique. Good evening. My name is Liz Calderon Garcia, and I'm the District Community School Coordinator. The California Community Schools Partnership Program grant strengthens and expands our community school work, transforming campuses into community hubs where students and families, our partners, come together to support student success and well-being. Each CCSPP site has a Community School Advisory Council, which is facilitated by our Community School Coordinator and composed of parents, students, staff, community partners, and administrators. These councils meet on a monthly basis to review data, set goals, and take collective action based on each school's unique needs and strengths. A key component of this work is the needs and asset assessment, conducted with students, families, and staff, identifying priorities, gaps, and opportunities. The results guide planning and ensure our approach remains responsive, equitable, and community-driven. Now that we've covered the foundation of CCSPP and the role of our advisory councils, let's look at how the needs and asset assessment moves into action. Each advisory council engages in a cycle of inquiry, reviewing data, identifying priorities, and creating a SMART goal and an action plan. They then come into implementation, partnering with the broader school community to carry out the plan. Finally, they assess and reflect, measuring progress, identifying what worked, and making adjustments as needed. This mirrors our department's database inquiry days, but at the site level, it's led by the school community, creating a shared data-driven approach to continuous improvement. For example, MIT set a goal to increase the number of multilanguage learners who reclassified on the LPAC by 10% compared to the previous year's results. The results, they had a 26% increase, a clear demonstration of how targeted demonstration of how targeted goals and strong collaboration lead to real results. Next slide. Now let's look at the results from our needs and asset assessment. This is last year's needs and results. This assessment is conducted only at our 4 CCSPP sites, which are Hoover, Taft, Garfield, and MIT. And last year, we saw an increased participation across all student, parents, and staff focus groups and surveys. We'll start with our students. We had 55 students participate in our focus groups across the 4 sites. Students expressed a desire for more tutoring and academic support. Our parents, we had 23 parents participate in our focus groups, and 361 families completed the survey. Parents echoed students' feedback, emphasizing the need for additional academic and enrichment opportunities. Staff, we had 95 staff members complete the survey. Staff highlighted the holistic support provided by the family centers and recommended expanding health-related services such as vision, dental, and medical care. Each site uses these results to create targeted action plans. For example, Taft responded to their feedback by increasing tutoring services at their site. Overall, these results show how our schools use data not just to identify needs, but to take meaningful and responsive action. To bring the needs and asset assessment to life, I would like to share a few quotes that capture our experiences of our students, parents, and staff. One quote that stands out is, "They," referring to the Family Center, "are the heart of the school, truly an integral part for supporting families with their children's education." This statement highlights the essential role our family centers play in building connection, trust, and partnership between families and schools. Our community school dean program strengthens student success by focusing on attendance, engagement, and connection. Born out of the post-pandemic attendance challenges, this program has been vital in re-engaging students and rebuilding trust with families. Community school specialists and the dean of students work closely with the MTSS coordinator and community school coordinator to support students who face barriers to attendance or have a history of chronic absenteeism. Specialists partner directly with students and families to identify barriers, set goals, provide regular check-ins, connect them to needed resources, and promote consistent attendance through the 3-phase cycles. Phase 1, building trust and setting goals, Phase 2, monitoring progress and adjusting support as needed. And phase 3, the exiting and monitoring for sustained success. This work not only improves attendance, it strengthens belonging, relationships, and participation, creating the foundation for long-term academic and personal growth. This slide shows how our program has evolved over the past 3 years through intentional growth, collaboration, and continued reflection. Year 1, we introduced the concept, build shared understanding, and laid the foundation for consistent practices across sites. Year 2, we established structured systems and clear protocols and strengthened collaboration among sites. This past summer, the summer of year 2, we debriefed with sites to identify strengths, areas of improvement, and opportunities to enhance communication. We're currently in year 3, And for this year, we are focused on refining protocols and stronger alignment and efficiency, enabling earlier proactive support for students. This timeline shows how our work has deepened each year. This slide highlights the impact our community school specialist and dean of students has had. Across our 3 sites this past year, they have completed 476 student check-ins and 315 family check-ins to build trust, identify barriers, and strengthen engagement. They have connected families to 124 services, including mental health supports, tutoring, basic needs assistance, and transportation. These efforts have resulted in an average 5% increase in attendance for students on their caseload, demonstrating how relationships, consistency, and sustained partnership drive meaningful re-engagement and long-term student success. I'll now pass it over to Jackie, who will share more about the next part of our work and how it continues to build on these efforts.
Thank you, Liz. Good evening, board. My name is Jackie Campos, and I'm the community school coordinator at McKinley. And tonight I'm really excited to talk to you about the Thrive program. So the Thrive program is part of our community schools effort to support families who are experiencing housing instability or homelessness. It currently serves families at Hoover, Taft, Garfield, and MIT. Through Thrive, we provide case management support, connecting families with the resources that promote housing stability and self-sufficiency. Each family works one-on-one with a case manager to address barriers, whether that's housing, employment, or financial literacy. Our goal is to ensure that every student and family in RCSD has the stability they need to thrive academically and personally. The Thrive model is built around 3 main components: identification, case management, and housing stability. We identify families experiencing homelessness through referrals from school staff, the screen team, or community partners such as our after-school programs. Once identified, families are connected with a dedicated case manager who provides individualized support. The team leverages community resources and partnerships to help families secure and maintain stable housing. These partnerships include organizations such as Life Moves and the Fair Oaks Community Center. This model emphasizes collaboration and integration of services to create long-term stability, not just short-term relief. Ultimately, the Thrive model allows us to provide whole family support, aligning with the district's community school model. Next slide. Now that you've seen how the Thrive model works, let's look at the impact it's had on the families we've served. Here's a snapshot of our Thrive program data from the 2024-2025 school year. We case managed 46 families, reaching 166 individuals. Our team provided 935 services and made 227 referrals to community organizations. We conducted 522 case management sessions with heads of households. We completed 18 rapid responses in response to families in urgent need. Rapid response happens when a household faces immediate crisis. This includes eviction, sudden loss of housing, or fleeing domestic violence. Our team acts quickly to prevent families from living in unsafe conditions, such as living out in their car or living in the streets. Ultimately, this data shows that Thrive is more than services. It's a lifeline that helps families overcome crises and build a stable foundation for the future. Next slide. On this slide, you'll see a few highlights from families who have completed the Thrive program. These quotes give a real sense of impact our work has had on the families we serve. Next slide. On this slide, we hear directly from the families we serve. Here's a quote from a family that really shows the impact of Thrive. I appreciate the support in finding the shelter, and I'm happy to finally be out off the street. Providing families with stable housing isn't just about shelter. It directly impacts a student's ability to focus, engage, and succeed in the classroom. By meeting this basic need, we help students thrive academically and personally. Thank you, and I will now pass it over to William Gomez.
Good evening, everyone. As mentioned, my name is William Gomez, and I am a consultant here with the district. And essentially, I'm just here briefly to introduce a group of parents, our lived experience parent group, that started early this year. And as we're hearing today, I think historically what we look to address is noticing that it's most often community members that are most impacted by the barriers we look to resolve are not included at the decision-making table. And this group really looks to address that. And it's really set to center the voices of our parents. It has worked to establish community with the parents that are involved and looks to redistribute power back to these community members so they can begin advocating on their own behalf. I want to share we have one of those community members here with us today, Natalia Ramirez. And what you all are now going to witness is a video that highlights some of the rest of our members who couldn't be here today that just speak on the significance of this group for them. And that just speaks to the urgency I think we can collectively begin to continue watering so that we continue carving out spaces. I also want to thank the parents that showed up here today, but just carving out spaces where parents can be a part of the decision making and addressing, these barriers for students and our families. Next.
Hola, 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 hola.
Thank you. So now, is it ready? Okay. So now I'll talk a little bit about the next steps for our lived experience, our community school specialist program, and our Thrive program. So for our lived experience, we will work on replicating our lived experience at school sites by establishing a parent-led lived experience group at the 4 CCSPP sites. We will also develop the lived experience guidebook created with feedback from staff and parent leaders and supported by the John W. Gardner Center at Stanford. For our community schools program, our next steps are to focus on strengthening our systems to deepen impact by strengthening data systems and analysis, enhancing alignment across sites, increasing student attendance and re-engagement, monitoring progress for continuous improvement. And then for Thrive, we will roll out Salesforce, which will serve as our comprehensive data system to capture services and supports we're providing. We'll strengthen data systems and analysis. We'll improve alignment across our sites, monitor progress and outcomes. Together, these next steps will strengthen coherence, improve data-driven decision-making, and deepen the support we provide to students and families. I'll now pass it on to Andrea.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Andrea Hernandez and I'm the Community School Coordinator for Hoover. Now we'll be diving into a couple examples of the intentional collaboration that is happening at our sites, beginning with Hoover. Next slide, please. At Hoover, integrated student supports means caring for the whole child, mind, body, and overall well-being. We operate under a simple truth. Students cannot learn effectively if their basic needs are not met. On the mental health side, we provide Spanish language group counseling for our students, social emotional learning through Wayfinder, and hands-on emotional development using Kimochi kits for younger grades, along with skill building sessions for upper grade levels. To support our students' nutrition and physical health, we partner with Second Harvest for regular food distributions and pantry access, including partnering with Costco donations. Students also benefit from vision screenings through Vision to Learn, health education provided by Stanford, and on-site nursing support. Together, these services ensure that our students are healthy, supported, and feel prepared to tackle the learning day. Next slide, please. Integrated student supports also extends to our students' families, because when families are stable, students can succeed. Through our Thrive referrals and partnerships with Fair Oaks Community Center, El Centro, Faith in Action, and Libre, we connect families to rent, utility, housing, and immigration supports. With Operation School Bell and the support of Hope Uniforms and our on-site hygiene supplies, every student has what they need to feel confident and ready to learn. Academically, our students access tutoring through the North Fair Oaks Library and Air Reading, while our Dean program provides case management and attendance support for those students facing barriers. And holding all of this together is the face of our Family Center, our administrative assistant, who builds trust, triages needs, and connects families to the right supports quickly and compassionately. I'll now turn it over to Albert.
Thank you, Andrea, and good evening, board members. My name is Albert Lowe. I'm the Community School Coordinator for Clifford, and I'm excited to speak to you all this evening about the pillar of active family and community engagement and how we have been really highlighting that at Clifford. So like Elsa was mentioning earlier in the presentation, at the end of every school year, all community school coordinators come together during something called a DBI day. And during that time, we analyze the data from the previous year and we disaggregate the reading and the math data based on many factors, including race, including grade level. And we do this because of district-wide trends. And one of the things that we've noticed at Clifford and throughout the district is that there have been extreme gaps in performance between Latino and Black students and Asian and white students. So as a result of that, we had many conversations throughout the course of those days about the root causes of that. We developed a problem of practice and then we developed two site goals. So if we go to the next slide, please, we'll see the problem of practice that guided our work last school year. So this problem of practice states, our current teaching practices and approaches to family engagement primarily reflect the culturally dominant norms. To create a more inclusive and equitable environment, we must intentionally develop the knowledge, skills, and commitment necessary to become culturally responsive. So then on the next slide, you'll see the two site goals that guided our work last year. So I know that you all have had a chance to read these goals before and you asked great questions about them. But just to refresh folks' memory, the first goal has to do with making sure that teachers engage in professional development to enhance that knowledge, skill, and will to become more culturally responsive. And then the hope from that goal is that based off of that, we would be able to support our Latino students because we have a very large percentage of Latino students, and that's where we're seeing a big part of that gap, into having improvement on grade level skills. The second goal has to do with making a more welcoming environment. So that means that we were redesigning our family engagement strategies to prioritize the cultural and linguistic needs of that community as well. And success was measured by participation in family events. So if we go to the next slide, please, we'll be able to see some of the strategies that we developed through that process. So those are under two main buckets. The first one is through culturally responsive PD, and the second one has to do with shifting that family engagement to prioritize the needs of the families that are coming from that Latin American background. I'm going to dive a little bit further into the PDs. So we leverage a strategic allyship with the district family liaison because of her deep knowledge of Latin America and the way that schooling works there. And she led a professional development series for teachers on best practices to create connection with Latino families. In addition to that, we worked in strong collaboration with the MTSS team, headed by the principal, in order to make sure that we were able to also bring in other professional development, including an assembly on hate speech. There is a peer-led professional development group, which I facilitate, which is called the Clifford I Group. And that's really a chance for us as educators to come together and really turn the mirror inwards and think about how our own experiences with race, with education, with class show up in our day-to-day work and what that looks like for kids and how can we change our practice in order to really push the needle on student achievement for our most marginalized students. Um, I also collaborated with the student government in order to do many of the hate speech initiatives or the anti-hate speech initiatives, including a poster campaign and the tolerance group. And the kids also wanted to help out with some of that food distribution. So you'll see a picture of the student government actually packing the bags, which we would deliver to families. In addition to that, you'll see that we had many events that were prioritizing Latino culture. Last year, we had our first Dia del Niño, which is a holiday that's celebrated in many Latin American countries. It means Day of the Child. And it was a great event. It was very diverse, and it was a chance for some of our families to get a little taste of what home feels like. And we were really excited to do that. Another thing that we did was we prioritized our tutoring for multilingual learners as well as recently reclassified students in service of closing that gap that we talked about. If we go to the next slide, we'll see a little bit of the impact. So for tutoring, we had two main programs. One was Mathnasium and one was Healthy Cities Tutoring. So Mathnasium, of course, that was for math, and as you can see, many of the students were either unduplicated or multilingual learners. We had two cohorts. We had one within the fall and one within the spring. So one thing to note is that when the kids came in the fall, their math performance, there were more gaps in that, which is part of the reason why you see more of a growth there. And then the new cohort in the spring, there were less gaps. They did have the fall trimester before they started. We still see significant growth there as well. And then for Healthy Cities, we were focusing more on closing that ELA gap. So with that, we saw an average of 35 Lexile points growth, and we were really intentional with choosing the students for all groups. The Healthy Cities students were chosen based off of students who are an intermediate or an advanced level in terms of their English language acquisition so that we could help push them over. And the math students, we already spoke about. One thing that I do want to note about math is that we were really intentional about monitoring their progress from a pre-test to a post-test, and we also had a structured curriculum. So instead of just homework help and things like that, we were really intentional about progress monitoring. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see some of that pre-assessment to post-assessment growth within the fall cohort. One thing to note is that the sixth grade students who were participating, they did, when they took the pretest, score 0%. So that's what that bar is for the blue. However, there was significant growth, and there was significant growth across the board. And then if we go to the next slide, as you can see, all cohorts came in a bit higher, and there was still significant growth. And if we go to the next slide, you'll see the focus for this year, which we're actively engaged in. So the problem of practice this year is that we lack cohesive, culturally responsive teaching practices and data analysis, and that consistently leads to an achievement gap between white and Asian students and Latinx and Black students. So we have two goals. One is to decrease that math achievement gap by 10%. And we're measuring that through unit assessments and other common grade level assessments. And then the second one, we're still working on the wording for that because we really want to make sure that we are honoring the process and service of our most vulnerable youth. However, it will have to do with closing the achievement gap between multilingual learners and monolingual English speakers in regards to ELA. So that's what we're working on in collaboration in our MTSS team meetings. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it back over to Michelle.
We're almost there. As we've seen the impact of our work so far, let's now look ahead and focus on how Redwood City School District Community Schools will continue to grow and evolve our next steps and vision to moving forward. Thank you. To further strengthen our work supporting our communities, we will continue to integrate community school efforts with the district's mission, vision, LCAP goals, and initiatives, align our district department and site objectives with our theory of action, revise and enhance our data practices and systems through reflection and analysis with our data committee, evaluate and deepen community partnerships to maximize impact, and design and implement department and site-based professional development that directly support our theory of action. Thank you. Next one. As we conclude, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the board, Dr. Baker, and our cabinet for your unwavering support. Continued funding for community schools is essential because the model directly addresses the barriers that impact student learning and family stability. By integrating academics with health, mental health, and social services, community schools ensure students are ready to learn and thrive. Importantly, the district's investment is amplified by numerous outside partnerships and funding sources that align with and strengthen the community school model, bringing additional resources, services, and opportunities to our students and families. Sustained investment stabilizes critical supports such as case management, counseling, and after-school programs, while deepening partnerships that connect schools to the broader community. Without this funding, many of these vital services, food access, housing support, mental health care, and enrichment opportunities would disappear, leaving significant gaps for our most vulnerable students. In short, funding community schools is not just an investment in education. It's an investment in equity, well-being, and the long-term success of children, families, and communities. In conclusion, I want to thank our presenters this evening and the entire community school team for their dedication, their care, and their commitment to this work. But most of all, I want to thank the incredible parents that are here this evening and at our schools. Your trust, your engagement, and your partnership make everything we do possible. I would also like to share that it has been a true privilege and honor to be part of this district, to be able to contribute to this effort, and to witness the profound impact on our students and families. Now, I am thrilled to welcome your new Director of Community Schools, Liz Calderon. Liz brings exceptional talent, insight, and experience to this role, and I have every confidence she will lead our schools to even greater success. With that, we look forward to your comments and your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, and congratulations, Liz, on your new role. And of course, thank you, Elsa, Enrique, Alberto, Jackie, Andrea, Albert, all the school, all the community school coordinators, William, for the work you're doing with Thrive, and our partners, particularly the Gardner Center, Amy and Kristen. Thank you so much for being here tonight and participating in the program. And then really all the partner programs that help make community schools successful. Before we move into board discussion, we do have one speaker, and I was thinking of taking that comment now. Is that right? Okay, and so at this time, it's on Zoom, and we will ask Lisbeth Estrada.
¿Aló?
Hi, yeah, we hear you.
Quisiera intérprete.
Sí, está Gonzalo en la línea y él va a poder interpretar para usted.
Ok, muchísimas gracias. ¿Sí?
Sí.
Ok. Muy buenas noches. Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Lisbeth Estrada. Soy mamá de 2 niños de Hoover. Sí me escuchan, ¿verdad?
Sí, sí, la escuchamos.
Ok. Yo quería decir, hablar sobre nuestras escuelas comunitarias, que son verdaderamente especiales, marcan una gran diferencia en la vida de nuestros niños, familias, educadores y comunidades, y que nos ofrecen soluciones prácticas a los problemas únicos que enfrentan nuestros estudiantes y sus familias. Estas escuelas se convierten en el corazón de nuestras comunidades al brindar servicios que realmente satisfacen las necesidades de los estudiantes, familias y vecinos. Al mismo tiempo, ayudan a crear vecindarios estables y saludables. No se trata solo de otro programa, es una nueva forma de pensar sobre las escuelas que van mucho más allá de simplemente apoyar a los estudiantes. Mi escuela comunitaria Hoover no es solo un lugar para aprender, es el corazón de mi comunidad. Ayuda a crear un ambiente donde la enseñanza y el aprendizaje son mejores. Aquí los maestros, las familias, miembros de la comunidad y proveedores de servicios se unen para trabajar en conjunto, asegurándose de que se satisfagan todas las necesidades de los estudiantes y la comunidad. Como madre de niños de grados pequeños, nos gustaría que nos apoyaran en más talleres de preparación para las familias y niños pequeños para cuando lleguen a Hoover estén mejor preparados. Estos talleres creo que no solo benefician a los niños individualmente, sino que también facilitan el trabajo de los maestros al tener estudiantes mejor preparados y con habilidades de autoayuda desarrolladas. Yo como madre soy el maestro más poderoso de mis hijos, por eso mismo estos talleres proporcionarían herramientas y estrategias para las familias. Yo, mamá de niños de Hoover, les hago este llamado con todo respeto al Departamento de Servicios Educativos. Les expreso mi interés y solicitar una reunión para discutir la posibilidad de nuevos talleres, si se pudiera. También quiero enfatizar un punto muy importante para mí, ya que mis niños son de educación especial y puedo decir que este año que se hicieron los recortes nos han afectado no solo a las escuelas, sino a los maestros que desafortunadamente toma efecto a los niños. Las clases de recursos en educación especial no están recibiendo ahorita mucho apoyo necesario, ya que mis dos niños
Lisbeth,
están.
I've gotta stop it now. 'Cause I'm sorry, but we have to keep comments at 3 minutes to be fair to everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Translation now.
Can you hear
Thank
me?
you.
Yeah, thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, wonderful. I'm going to go ahead and do the translation from Lisbeth. Okay. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good evening to all of you. My name is Lisbeth Estrada, and I am a mom of two kids from Hoover School. And I wanted to say, I want to speak about our community schools that are truly special. They make a huge difference in the supports for our kids, families, educators, and communities. And they offer solutions, practical solutions to our problems that are unique that our kids may face and their families. These schools turn into the heart of our communities, giving services that truly satisfied the needs of our students, families, and neighbors. At the same time, they help support creating stable neighborhoods and healthy neighborhoods. Is not only about another program, it is a way of thinking about schools that go further into only supporting the kids and students. My community school, Hoover, is not only a place to learn, it's also the heart of our community, of my community, helping to create an environment where learning and teaching are better. Here, teachers and families and the members of the community and all the service providers unite to work together, making sure that we satisfy all the needs of our students of the community. As a mom of younger kids' grades, we will love to get support getting more workshops to prepare them for the families and your younger kids. So by the time they go to Hoover, they are better prepared. These workshops, they're not only a benefit for the kids individually, but also they facilitate the teacher's work, giving students more preparation and getting readiness for school and self-awareness. As a mom, I believe that I am the stronger teacher of my kids, and therefore those workshops will turn into strategies and tools for the families. As a mom, I making this call with all respect to the Department of Educational Services. I express my interest and I request a meeting to discuss about the possibility of creating new workshops if we could. Also, I want to emphasize something really important for me because my kids are from special education, and I can say that this year that we make those cuts of not only that affected our schools, but also the teachers that unfortunately it's that has an effect on the kids. The resource classes in special ed are not receiving right now a lot of support, the support needed given that. And that's the end of the translation.
All right. Thank you, Lisbeth, for your comments. And Gonzalo for the translation. I think you're just coming up to answer questions. Yeah.
Do you want me to, or do
Yeah,
you-
no, that's great.
I can sit down.
Trustee Lee, would you like to start? And just a reminder, we're over the allocated hour, but by all means, take your time. I'm just pointing out the time pacing.
I'm hearing things go both ways there, President Wells. First, thanks for the presentation, the video, all the materials, but obviously more important than that, the underlying work that goes into it, which you already know, but really appreciate. There was a lot of information, and this is super helpful for me as I'm getting up to speed. I had some context, but lots of deep dive. So I want to start off with maybe just some framing questions to make sure I'm understanding it right. So I think what I heard from it's on the presentation is one, so like Redwood City as a school district started 28 years ago, kind of earlier on than the fad of conceptualizing this idea of that community hubs as schools as community hubs would be good. Great longstanding partnership. And I think if I'm understanding right, the current iteration of the program, the elements that were talked about, like the expanded learning program, Thrive, et cetera, it sounds like at least some of those are kind of tied directly to grants that were tied to activities, and then some of the activities are more site driven based on the needs assessment and community input. Is that a fair?
It is. We've had expanded learning programming and grants for I don't know, like 20 years or so. But it has never been, I don't believe, as deep as the alignment is now, and the ELOP money has allotted us to bring in many more partners and programs at our sites. We used to have expanded learning programs at 6 of our sites only. And when we were actually a bigger district as well. And so with the new money that has come in, the program itself has changed a lot. And we have now our in-house staff developer. We have a director of expanded learning. It used to be run by the principal at the sites and in direct partnership with the organizations. And we only had 2 organizations. Really, it was Boys and Girls Club and Reach. And now we have, I think we're up to 7 expanded learning. And we now have expanded learning programs that are out in the communities that we partner with as well. And we went way back when, 20 years ago, we had, I think we started with 4 community schools, and there was a lot of support by the county at that point, and that support has changed over time and has really forced us in-house to build our program up more. And so all through those years in lean times and in times of abundance, we have kept the community school model going.
Got it. But in terms of the program elements, it is
The Thrive program, the CSSs, and the Dean and some other programs that we have mentioned have come in and the advisory councils have come in because of the new grant, the new California Wave in community schools and the CCSPPs.
And I guess my question is, are those grants specifically tied to those activities, or?
No, they do require an advisory council and they require a needs and assets assessment, but we met with those 4 schools when we were developing the grant, and we had their input, and then we've aligned those programs more over the years, and we've looked at the need for increasing attendance. And we also brought in the housing insecurity program, the Thrive program, based on a partnership that we had established with Life Moves that was piloted at Kennedy before we had the grant, and that was very successful.
Got it. Okay, that's super helpful. So a lot of based on needs assessment and community voice. That's great. I guess I'll also put this out there. The schools that are community schools, I imagine, are not chosen at random, based on those that are and those are not. I would say that my interpretation is that they are very much an effort at equity based on the higher need schools. Is that fair? Okay. And then I guess the last thing is, it sounds like based on the data that we saw, which is quite a bit, the programs that we have at these schools are generally showing positive results tied to the specific initiatives, whether that's parent surveys or academic results or attendance. Like we're seeing results from that.
Yes.
Okay, great. I mean, that's super helpful for me. Just want to clarify that. That's great for me. I'm sold. I think it's a great program. Obviously, we're dealing with a difficult budget environment, but it would be great to continue the core elements of this program, because obviously we're seeing effectiveness. So thank you for that. I have a couple more comments, and I'll try to keep try to keep it short. Just a few thoughts that I had. One is I love to see the emphasis on the alignment. Obviously, things are coming grassroots from the schools, but like to the extent that we can tie that up to the LCAP or SIPs or whatever, so that we're all kind of marching to the same beat would be. I'm excited that that's already something that you guys are thinking about. Looking forward to that. Also, again, on the data piece, there was so much data. Data is great. I know I'm developing a reputation and it's fine, I'll own it, but I will say, data is only useful insofar as it's driving action and impact. And I love to see that, like, that's exactly what you guys are doing. So one, thank you for doing that, but also thank you for communicating it so clearly. It's just very, very happy about that. And then actually, on that point, this is not so much a community school thing per se, but more just a general thought. I really love the examples that were brought forward for Clifford in particular, and also the community school specialists, right, where we have very tangible issues that we're actually seeing across multiple schools, and some schools are operating kind of as laboratories of change, and we're seeing impact. So obviously, we have to figure out what the funding is, but I love the idea, like, where we can see actual effectiveness. Like, that's an opportunity for us to say, would that work elsewhere? And one actually, just another, sorry, one more thought on the math piece from Clifford. A lot of great stuff there. I think one missing data point that I think is probably relevant, and it's not something that Clifford would necessarily have access to, but you love to have the comparison, right? Like you have Clifford, then you want to see, did they outperform other schools that didn't focus on that? And I believe, based on the data I've seen, the answer is yes, which is super positive. That I should caveat that because I don't have it in front of me, but that is my understanding. So please correct me if I'm wrong. But again, I just like the idea of, like, we're getting these ideas where we can see effectiveness through community schools, and they're driven by community input at the site level. Like, I hope that we can leverage that going forward. And the last thing, I promise, is just, this is such good work, and I would just love for us to be able to make it clear to the community on a more regular basis of, like, there's so much that we are doing, one, just the work, but it is also driving impact. So I know we have a rule of, like, not really addressing public comment, but I think there is a perception, right, that we could be doing more, and that's always the case, but, like, we should also for sure celebrate the wins. And there's so many wins that we have that we could be putting out there. So we can figure, this is kind of back burner, but I would love for us to figure that out, because I want the perception to match, like, the reality of all the work that's been going on.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. My goodness, there was an armada of presenters, and there's an armada of people who are behind this, trying to care for our communities, trying to care for our children, and I'm really grateful for all of the work that goes into that. I really love a bunch of the different themes that were presented, in particular around parental engagement, trying to activate that community, trying to help learn what they care about, and also to teach them how to be advocates for their children and how to be teaching partners. I think that's really important, and that's an area I would love to see us continue to develop. There's so much that's going on. One of the things that I didn't get a great sense for in the presentation is which parts are working and which parts are not working. What are we trying to double down on, and what did we learn something from because it didn't work out as well as expected? And it's going to be impossible for a program that's doing so many things to have, everything's going absolutely wonderfully. The expectation is not that everything is perfect, but rather that we learn from experiments that we try and didn't work out as hoped. So, like, what's working great that we're going to be doubling down on in the coming year, and where did we try something and it didn't work out like we hoped, and we learned something from that?
You want that answer right now? I would say one of the pieces that we've had to really revamp and look at more in depth is the CSSs, the community school specialists, on engagement with the students. The 5% growth was an average, but this year in particular, with changes that we've put in with the way the program is structured and the engagement with not only the students, but with the parents as well, and the ongoing support, is that we've seen students, I mean, there's at Hoover, or it's my husband that's the dean of students there, and he showed me the data, and like we've seen some students from first trimester last year at like I think it was a 65% attendance rate. Actually, one student that's at 100%. And so we've made a lot of changes in that program so that we could keep better track of the data, because when we started, it was not that intentional with what we were gathering, and the work was very new to us and how to do this. So that was one learning that we've had. Something that hasn't worked that we've let go of. I don't know. Can you help me there? Anything? I'd have to think about. I think that over the years that I've been here, there used to be less alignment between the sites. So we've made a lot of intentional moves to bring all our sites together. We meet at least twice a month with community school coordinators to strengthen in the programs that are across the district. But we also are finding that balance between alignment and autonomy at the sites to respond to the cultures and the needs at the site. So that's a dance we do a lot and that we're still working on. But I don't know what to. I'll think about it. Thank you.
Fair. One of the things that's a little bit hard here is the acknowledgement that the student doesn't exist in a vacuum, but is a part of a community, and a community that may have issues that go well beyond reading, writing, and arithmetic. So I feel like something that a district might struggle with is, what is our boundary of jurisdiction? You know, I hear about a program like Thrive, and I think it's wonderful that we're able to help these families. And also, the burden of solving Bay Area homelessness feels like a little bit more than our district can take on, even with the wonderful partnerships that we have. So how do you've thought so much about this theory of action. How do we think about our jurisdictional boundary, where we say, yes, those are real problems, they're serious problems, maybe even they impact our students, but like that just goes beyond what we can reasonably tackle?
Well, I will tell you that we spend a lot of time working with our communities outside, and we have to do warm handoffs, just like you have to do with mental health. Oh, go on, come. No, go.
Okay, hi. I got a little signal from the superintendent. Yeah, we got, wave, yeah, right. So it's a great question and a really important point, and something that should always be wrestled with. And I think that if you think about community schools as one of their primary goals is removing barriers to learning, then we need to kind of, again, think about it from that really, narrow perspective of like, what is getting in the way of this student learning?
Yes.
No way is Redwood City School District, I mean, I wish that you could, but is good to solve Bay Area homelessness or Bay Area housing, like, with all due respect. So I think part of it is really understanding where the significant pain points are, and very significant to the model of community schools, there's full service partnerships. So the partnership with Life Moves is what's critical here.
Yeah.
I don't think you could engage in something like this without Life Moves, without the expertise, with all due respect. So that's for me, part of what's so powerful about Redwood City's work and community school model in general is creating the partnerships so that families know where they can go. The reality is that schools are hopefully the most trusted institution by families. And certainly, if they're entrusting their children with us.
Yeah.
So we can use that bridge to help them learn about how they can engage other services. That's the way I look at it. But I mean, this is actually a conversation John and I have had for decades. Because you have to wrestle with it.
Yeah.
You wrestle with it, and it's the wraparound services that are created at the community schools that really will support that. And we're not going to ever come up with Redwood City School District can help with, you're being unhoused. we have a resource that you can go to that we can connect you with. But without those resources, I think parents come to us and they don't know what to do. And that in turn, stress that they are experiencing goes right to the kid. And when you get them in the classroom, then it's a whole different story because they're worrying about, where are they going to go as a family? Am I going to lose my family because we can't all live together or afford to go into one location? So I think the wraparound services are very prominent with the community schools. And what we have now compared, Michelle, even 10 years ago, has really, really changed and expanded. Could it expand even more? Yes, but then when you expand even more, there's the resources that need to come with it. So, in answer to your question, David, we're not going to be able to solve that problem, but if we can give them the services and provide them with the guidance of where they can go with the help of our community school coordinators, with the help of those case managers and so forth, that's a plus and a plus for our kids as they come to school each morning to learn.
Thank you.
I want to make just one more comment, which is it's more typical for community schools to be one or two in a district. It is not typical to have a district-wide approach, even though there are 8 specified community schools. For all the time that I've been working with this district, it's been very much a community school approach. So there's an understanding that if you're at a school that doesn't have a family resource center, you are guided as a parent to another school to go to that family resource center. Those boundaries are permeable. And the way that the district has continued to think about what should we do from the central perspective and what should we do from sites is critical. And it's again, some of the research we've done in partnership with the district has really shown there was tremendous school variability in ways that also were inequitable. So having the district support has really made a difference.
I really appreciate the perspective on like what's different about our district because I'm only the trustee of this district,
Yep.
right? I don't get to spend a whole lot of time with
Yep.
other board meetings and the like. It sounds like we've got a lot more investment and involvement here than other districts do. Is this a model that you feel like
Yeah.
other districts should be more like Redwood City District than this?
Yes. And I mean, Oakland Unified has also tried to be a full district-wide community school approach. And they have, and theirs look so different because it's a different community. I mean, they have multiple clinics, for example, at school sites. And, they have lots of different ways they're doing it, but it's the same idea. And we do research there too, same idea. And these are really two of the very few districts. I mean, again, New York was a great place to learn from in the beginning, but even New York City, which is like, the biggest, has pockets, doesn't have a whole approach. And I think it's not easy to do this, but one of the things that's been established over time is creating a culture of shared leadership, of respect and knowledge, so that teachers know. Like the way I always think about it is, if my son looked a little off, I'd want the teacher to have a place to go. And in Redwood City, they do. They can contact the school counselors, they can contact the community school coordinators, they can say, that kid needs a little attention and figure out what's going on because I can't as the teacher, but I can identify there's an issue.
Thank you.
Done.
One of the things that became pretty clear from the graphs and the like, where you maybe heard me snapping in my excitement, it was that tutoring works, right? And we've known this for a long time, Bloom's two sigma problem and the like. And we need to find ways to do it at scale. One of the surprises is delighted to see is like students are like, I want more tutoring, I want more academic supports. Parents were like, I want my kid to have more tutoring, more academic supports. There's enthusiasm for it from the guardians, from the learners. The data seems really clear, like, holy moly, we get some big improvements there. What are some ways that we could go and scale that out to give these kids the full education they deserve here, because like those were some amazing transformations that were graphed there.
I think one of the keys to tutoring is finding the right programs, because it has to be a program that, and it has to be driven by the school. And it has to be a program that is going to be aligned to enhance what is happening in the school day. It can't, to me, it can't be a standalone. So I think what you saw at Hoover, I mean, at Clifford's um, in what happened at Clifford, it was very much aligned. They knew the student profile they were going to focus on. They had the programs that were going to meet the needs of those students. It wasn't just, I've seen tutoring programs that come in and they just like kind of sit with the student and read with them or do homework help. This was very intentional. How to do it on a bigger scale is dependent on how we as a district come together and pull those resources and align that kind of a program. It's not free. and it's coordination. It takes a lot of coordination. It takes a lot of communication. And so but it can be done. But it has to have oversight, and I believe it has to be aligned. It has to build on the Tier 1 experience and the students that you are focused on, looking at their needs and addressing those needs in an intentional way.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. Community schools are really their core district work. And you've done a great job of being the director of the program. So we're going to miss you as you're gone.
Thank you.
If I truly believe that if we believe in our vision and mission, then this is really the kind of integrated academic wellness and family support that is necessary to see that through. And it's what our families really deserve. I'm also grateful that the model centers on parent voice. It was really good to hear about the lived experiences, parent groups, and the advisory councils, because asking families to help shape the work instead of just receiving services it's really kind of the definition of an equity-centered approach. Thanks for all the data that you shared. I remember, I think it was last year, where you were saying you were just putting in the data collection mechanisms, and we had a bakery analogy or something like that. So it was neat to see that is all coming together. And as we go through the years of implementation, seeing the program keep thriving and thriving, you're really building what is clearly a coherent data-informed model. And it's a strategy that aligns with MTSS and our LCAP goals and vision for whole child support. So thank you for the work that everyone's doing here. Again, for all the speakers for the presentation tonight. Pass it up to Dr. Baker.
So, as I said previously, it's come a long ways in the past 20 years and just in the last 10, last 5 even, with the resources that you have brought forth into the district, which are still going to be with the district for a couple more years, which is great. The other pieces are the staff that you brought with you that are quite competent and know what they're doing. I want to express my gratitude to Gil, Elsa, and Enrique for everything they've been doing, and also Liz Calderon, who has been with us for many years and started out way back when with the community schools as a coordinator at a site. With all that being said, Enrique, you didn't talk very much about the grant that you have submitted. He talks about the kids in the middle school and how, there's something at the middle school. If you're behind, I'm reading 2 grade levels behind, 3 grade levels behind. I'm coming to the after school program. I know I have some tutoring I have to do, but I'm still not really excited. So this grant that he has applied for, and we talked about it, is about getting kids interested in maybe something that they would want to do. Is it something like coding? Is it something like automobile repair? Is it something like an electrician?
This was the CTE grant?
This is the CTE grant that he's talking about. So kudos to you and the group for putting that through and thinking about those kids who Anna and I and Wendy see when we're at the middle school sometimes that are like, oh gosh, I really don't want to be here. And you have to have a hook And this could be that hook for those kids, to make them really interested in coming to school and really interested on, yes, I have to go to math because I have to learn this because this is what I want to do, or I need to really understand what I'm reading and comprehend it well so I can learn what I want to do after school. So I applaud you. I hope we get it. I know we're competing against others. It's for the middle school, but I know, didn't you say the high schools are also competing for it?
So
Can you come back?
Yeah.
Just so you know about this. I thought it really exciting.
So yeah, it's the K-12 Strong Workforce Grant. And so it's specifically for, at least for us, for 7th and 8th graders because it does go on into high school. And so what it's aimed at doing is to, at least what we applied for was to address early CTE, college and career exploration at 7th and 8th grade level, so that way we build alignment with Sequoia Union High School District, which we've already connected with, so that when they get to 9th grade, we kind of have a warm handoff and say students have been exposed to CTE pathways in green tech, in ICT and AME, arts and media and entertainment, as well as business entrepreneurship. And so the goal is to bring experts in those fields, do field trips, do externships in 7th and 8th grade, so that when they get to 9th grade, they have that exposure so that they can transition a little bit more seamlessly into, if they want to continue those fields, as well as into the community college. So the research that we did, we saw those three areas of those three pathways for CTE and made sure that Sequoia, Woodside, MA, Carlmont, they all had those pathways as well in the community college districts. And then ultimately that we see that there was a equity gap in the job market. So we did job market research to see, so that we could do a through line from middle school all the way to families getting these living wage jobs, especially when they're older. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. I hope we get it. Cross our fingers. Um, in closing, Michelle, you've done an outstanding job with the community schools. You should have started this a long time ago, but I couldn't pull you away from the school for years. But what you've brought to the community school program is what others are looking for. My colleague from San Mateo Foster City, who some of us know better than others, brought a group of people here, and I didn't even know they were here until I think honestly somebody's at Taft. And I go, who's at Taft? And it was the superintendent from San Mateo Foster City brought a group of teachers and administrators to come out and visit the community schools because he wanted to also start the same type of programs in San Mateo Foster City, and went after the grant and did get the grant to start the planning grant, I believe. And then Marcella, isn't it? And then it went on further, didn't it?
Funding for an additional 5 years and received about $5 million.
So see, we're kind of that model, and he took it to heart and went with it. And I thank you and everyone here from the community school program. It's an awesome job. Thank you so much for all you've done. Michelle, you're going to be missed, but we know where you live.
Thank you.
All right, thanks again. All right, let's move on to usually around 9 o'clock, we see if the trustees want to have a quick, like a 2 or 3 minute break. Good, keep going. Okay. Yeah, grab a bottle of water as we switch topics. And this is on community schools. Okay, so we have one more public comment on community schools. We'll take that now and then we'll switch over to mental health. This is Leanne Thompson. And Leanne, you'll have the microphone's on, so
Awesome.
yeah, we can hear you, and you'll get 3 minutes.
Great. So my name is Leanne Thompson, and I am the PTO president at Clifford. I just wanted to make one note. You talked about tutoring and the Mathnasium program specifically at Clifford. I wanted to make a note, and I think it's really important to know that that program is owned and run by a parent at Clifford. And so we are using resources within our own school. And I think that there are a lot of times that we miss opportunities to reach out to our parents and those who own businesses and have things that we can use within our own community. So that's it. I just wanted to note that that finding a way to resource those people and those businesses that we have in our community is very important. And then also to note that that program specifically was paid for by the PTO. And so you're welcome. So we are, as parents, are supporting the community centers as well with donations and things like that. So that's it.
Thanks, Leanne. Thanks for the additional context. All right, so now we're on to our mental health program board report. Anna.
Okay, so today we're going to have Ana Paula Aray, who's going to be coming up to present along with her team. Also some Stanford people that also collaborate with her.
And I can share.
Yes.
Just going to give people a second to move around. All right, I'll go ahead and get started. Good evening, Dr. Baker, trustees, and cabinet members, and those sitting here with us tonight. I really wanted to spend some time to share the progress we've made towards building out our district's mental health system and how this is impacting our students on a daily basis. Using the same framework you just saw in the community schools presentation, our mental health program is really a cornerstone of our district-wide system to support the overall well-being for all of our students. It plays a key role in advancing district capacity and in turn supports students' learning, growth, and development by working within its system and all its moving parts. So we are part of the LCAP Goal 1. There's MTSS framework. By participating in different site level meetings, we are in both community schools and traditional schools and really focused on student and family well-being. A little backstory of kind of how our program came to be. About 6 years ago, I wasn't actually here yet, but Dr. Baker elicited the help from Stanford University to try to see what we could do to prepare our students returning from COVID. And so with partnerships from the Gardner Center and the Center for Youth, providing a lot of feedback, they were able to have the vision for the start of this program. The first 2 years of this program, so 2021 to 2023, the focus of the counseling program was really to get how do we help the kids coming back from COVID, right? There's a lot of anxiety with their health, with their parents' health, a lot of social anxiety. We haven't had to socialize with people in person for a year and a half. So what's that going to be like? What we've seen in years 3 and 4, so last year and 2 years ago, we're still seeing a little bit of that, but we're really seeing a lot more things that are impacting their academics that are not linked to COVID. So we're seeing a lot of trauma. We're seeing immigration trauma. We're seeing intergenerational trauma. We're seeing a lot of suicidal ideation and self-harm. So things that maybe that's not why the program was created, but these are things that we are addressing and solving for now. We are currently in year 5 of our program. So not only are we continuing to do the mental health work that we've been doing the last 4 years, but our focus this year is also how do we create more sustainability moving forward, just being aware of budgets and funding sources, kind of going away over the last couple of years. So what are we talking about when we're talking about a system? So a lot of effort and focus is often placed on the technical aspects of a program. Who do we need to hire? What level of expertise do they have? Do we have an SEL curriculum? The things that are tangible that you can kind of check off a list. But if we're only focusing on those, we're really not focusing on how we're going to help a larger group of students. So by simultaneously focusing on creating a culture and building structural supports, we can make sure that the technical supports are available district-wide. Previously to the system, every school operated counseling services very independently. There was a district-wide contract, but every site managed their contracted partners kind of as they saw fit. So there was no oversight on referrals, how long the students were being seen by the partners. We've had situations where a parent has called us and been like, oh, my kid was seen for counseling at your school 2 years ago. Can I get a record? We don't even know who that student saw. because we weren't keeping any records. So it was really hard for us to even engage parents because we couldn't even tell them who met with their kid 2 years before. Now we can. So having the system has created alignment across the district so that students, staff, and parents know what to expect when they go to any of our school sites and request counseling services. It's the same systems and the same protocols across all 12 schools. I have a parent who would like to say a couple words about our counseling program. So Agustin, if you would like to come up.
Hi, good evening. My name is Agustin Espino, and I am a parent of a student at Kennedy Middle School. I'm here today to share my experience with the mental health service available at Kennedy. Having mental health at school has helped my daughter so much by allowing her to visit them when she feels stressed, bullied by her peers, that's the fact, and insecurity when she has a test. It is incredibly important to have counselors available on campus because when our kids have their need to see someone who they can feel safe to talk to. Therefore, having access to service at the mental health on campus has been, for me and my daughter, a great experience. And when I say me, it's real. I walked in one time myself crying because I didn't know how to help my daughter. So it is having a team of the mental health. And then when my daughter visits the mental health, I get a call from that department to let me know that my daughter was there. They didn't tell me the details for the loss. However, to conclude, mental health on campus is essential more so than ever before. Our children are going through so much stress due to the current political atmosphere. Thank you.
Thank you, Agustin. When we help our students, we're not just helping our students, we're helping the families that they live in. We recognize that our students don't operate in a vacuum. They have families, they have parents, they have communities, and as much as we can, we support the families as well. We have been able to expand capacity over the first 4 years of our program. Again, we're in year 5, so we have data for the first 4 years. Last year, our district counselors provided almost half of all of the counseling services provided, despite the fact that they only make up just over a third of the overall number of counseling hours on campus. They have provided 4 times the number of tier 1 services in year 4 than they did in year 1. In years 2 and 3, this was due to increased SEL. As we've decreased counselor-led SEL to facilitate teacher-led SEL, we've increased the amount of check-ins we're doing. So individual short touch points with students to get them back to baseline, back to class. And obviously we have very high quality licensed clinicians across our school sites that are able to implement evidence-based practices with support from our Stanford partners. I would love to introduce Dr. Shashank Yoshi. He was part of the team 5 years ago who helped shape the creation of this program. He has supported us beyond that initial start 5 years ago through ongoing consultation and guidance around best practices. And we are extremely fortunate to have such an expert in the field of mental health partner with us on a regular basis. So, Dr. Yoshi.
Thank you, Ana Paula. Dr. Baker, trustees, it's a real privilege to be with you. Hearing from Augustine, this is very inspirational to hear firsthand from a parent what kind of impact this kind of work can have. So I've been in this field for 30 years. This is one of the first districts from New York to Texas to California that I have been in with the leadership that you all have. It was not difficult for us to come into the district when we did because we had the partnership. You all had the partnership with the Gardner Center. So when the Center for Youth Mental Health and Wellbeing came, and we got a grant from the provost as part of the Redwood City Sequoia Partnership, we had already come to a place that believes and knows that mental health is part of overall health and their students have to be healthy enough to learn, to access the wonderful resources that were just presented. And our teachers have to have the tools. They have to be well themselves in order to reach and teach every student. There's really very few districts in my experience like this district, in spite of all the challenges you have now. And in particular, the Bay Area districts facing challenging financial times, basic aid districts being hit the hardest. This is the time we have to protect the aspects that you heard about today. Our students' ability to learn, thrive, and stay engaged as part of their mental health. It's inextricably linked to their academic performance and well-being, right? Better brains, healthier brains, more likely to engage, more likely to get to school, which is how obviously districts like Redwood City gets their funding. So I know that I'm preaching to the choir here, but mental health really is the foundation that allows students to access learning and achieve their potential. You all know that 1 in 5 young people in this country experience a mental health condition each year. And mental health conditions are the leading cause of absenteeism and underperformance. When students receive timely support, such as through Ana Paula's program and the MHCs at each of these sites, you've heard some of the data. You've heard about the 5% increase in attendance. That's very important. We've seen that in other basic aid districts as well. We've seen that at East Palo Alto Academy. We have 6 clinicians there as part of the Stanford School Mental Health team. We have seen similar rises in engagement and in attendance and in graduation rates over the last 15 years that we've been there. Simply put, as you know, healthy minds better able to access the curriculum. We have also seen in other districts that don't have the kind of engagement that you all have and the leadership that you all have, that students in distress are going to go unnoticed. They're more likely to disengage, to drop out, or require very costly downstream crisis interventions. All the things you're hearing about today and what you're going to be hearing about in a few short minutes is all about the early interventions, the upstream, the linking mental health to overall health and access to the curriculum. We also know that from experiences in other districts, mental health is not an extra, in spite of what some insurance companies will have you believe, where it's a carve out, right? And Trustee Weekly asked a really good question, like, where is the line? How do we support our community? We don't have endless resources. And I really loved what Dr. Gerstein presented, which was around, well, we have this community that we take care of. We are not in charge of doing all things for the entire community. However, our students are here, and we need to make sure as we help them to learn how to think and how to learn how to reflect, we have to create the conditions that allow them to do so. So if that means we're engaging with a community partner around housing insecurity, or we're engaging with community partners around mental health, these are all parts of the conditions that are essential for our students to be able to actually get to school and learn. And when they leave the school day, continue to have that intellectual curiosity. So every dollar spent on early support yields multiple dollars saved in academic recovery and downstream intervention costs. I just want to say a couple of more things that I've noticed here in the work over the last 5 years and in general in underserved districts in San Mateo and Santa Clara County. This systems approach is very rare. When I first met Dr. Baker, I could tell that he was someone who really understood this connection between mental health and overall health, as well as what is the role of a district that is constantly facing financial challenges. As we search thoughtfully for the next superintendent, and of course, no one in the room would say, For Dr. Baker's replacement, that is not possible. But for the next superintendent, the next leader, we must stay committed to this overall approach. The capacity to support the whole child. You've heard that tonight over and over. It's on your masthead. You use the word love in your mission statement. So we have to build and sustain on the good work that you're all doing. So I really want to thank you all for this partnership. Applaud your efforts during COVID and post-COVID to not only look after the needs of the students and families, but also for your teachers and staff. And we really heard that in the beginning years of this partnership, how the staff felt like there was intentional effort placed on their health and their well-being, not only to support the students, but for themselves. So teacher well-being has been seen not only as a means to an end to support the students and families, but that the teachers deserved to have that kind of support from their district leaders. So in closing, let me just say, now more than ever, in very strained financial times and heretofore unseen political times, where our communities are systematically marginalized, mental health is a smart investment. It not only protects students' learning, it also strengthens staff well-being and retention. And it sustains this district's beautiful core mission, educating the whole child. Let's ensure every student has both the opportunity and the emotional capacity to learn. Thank you. Ana Paula.
As you can see, Dr. Yoshi has been an invaluable partner for the last 5 years. Thank you. So our district counselors, what do they do all day? I first want to introduce you to some of them who are here in the audience. I'm going to ask them just quickly to stand up, say their name and what school site they're at. I'm going to stand this way.
Renee Rodriguez, I'm at Clifford site. And here is at Garfield. I am Catherine Leach at Kennedy.
I'm Marianne and I'm at Henry Ford.
And we had a counselor who had to leave because she has a young one, but she was here earlier, and Shirley at MIT. So introduce her for you. And so in this was our team picture we took at the beginning of the year kickoff meeting we had that was actually hosted at Stanford. Thank you to our lovely partners, and includes actually some of our interns from this year. So I know there's a lot of information on this slide, and we really tried to come up with a visual, thank you to Kristen and her team, to really capture all of the work that our counselors are doing. There's the very obvious direct work, the sitting down with the student face-to-face in an office. However, there's so much more to the work that they do that helps create and maintain the system that we've been able to have up and running for now 5 years. There's participation in screen teams and 504s and IEPs. There's the integration of goals at a site level and district level. Stanford hosts ECHO presentations, which is a worldwide once a month mental health conversation. And one of our counselors presented last year. And actually during that call, there were people from Egypt and Germany like asking questions. And it was a beautiful moment. They really oversee data collection at their site levels. Without the district counselors at the sites, we wouldn't have the data that we have. And just ongoing infrastructure, when we're applying for grants and I need last minute data, they've got it because they know their sites, they're there day in and day out, and they know their communities. So this is just a quick snapshot of all of the work that they're doing. We are fortunate enough to have many successes to be able to share 5 years into the program. The first is that we've really been able to cultivate a culture that embraces mental health. We do a survey at the end of the year. We've done it 3 years in a row now, where we survey our students, our parents, and our teachers. We want to know, is what we're doing working? Is there anything that we're not doing that would be helpful? Because again, if we're going to collect data, we should be using it to inform our decision making. So year after year, we've seen that students know who their counselor are and where to go to find them. This percentage has increased each time over the last 3 years. Our students feel comfortable talking to their school counselor, and this includes middle school. So 4 out of 5 kids, if you just go up and ask, hey, do you want to talk to a counselor? The answer is yes. And over half of our check-ins, individual and group therapy referrals come from students and parents. The majority of our referrals for individual therapy come from parents. It means we've done a really good job over the last 4 years to build rapport with a community that maybe historically didn't have trust in mental health counselors, for them to feel comfortable enough to be like, hey, I trust you. Can you help my kid? I don't know how to help them. And for check-ins, students are asking for them. Whereas in year one, if we look at the data, almost 75% of all referrals came from school staff. And so we're seeing less staff referrals and more parent and student referrals, which was the goal of the program from the start. In our student survey, we asked them a couple open-ended questions. So just has having a counselor changed anything for you? There's the students who had a very clear answer to that, yes, and this is how it helped me. We also saw a lot of responses that said, you know what, it hasn't helped me, but it's really helped my friend. And so there's a level of awareness that although a counselor might not help you, that's a resource that your friends are accessing or that they could access if they needed something. And then the lot of tangible, this is what I learned. Coping skills, emotion regulation and management, how to express themselves, both in academic and in social settings. We asked teachers. The question was, think about a student in your class who received individual or group counseling. Do you think it helped them stay engaged in school? And 97% said yes. They shared that although it might have decreased time in the classroom, it ultimately helped their overall academic engagement because it helped decrease the noise in their head that was going on with all the worries, whether it was a social situation or a situation going on at home. By having that 30, 45, 50 minutes once a week, they were able to get things off their chest, practice their coping skills, and be able to refocus into the classroom. Again, we asked teachers some open-ended questions. And again, most of them found that these services were very helpful. A lot of the responses also said that they recognize that this is an area that they cannot fill. This is not their area of expertise. So they really appreciated that there is an expert and a thought partner on campus where if they feel like their student is struggling with something that they can't help with, they know where they can go to ask for that help. And then lastly, we interviewed some parents. And again, a lot of parents, we had a lot of positive feedback, just sharing how the services help their children. And many of them were worried about not having access in coming years. Our second success is that over the last 4 years, we've been able to increase the number of services we've been able to provide. We've doubled the amount of services from year one to year four. And that's thanks to having systems in place that streamline the process, that make it easier for referrals to come in, to be assigned to counselors, to go through the counseling process, exit, and then get the wait lists going a little bit faster. Last year, over half of our students, so 3,300-ish students, received some sort of mental health intervention at their school site. From year one to year four, here you can see kind of the increase in check-ins we've been able to do with students. Last year, we averaged 14 minutes per check-in. The year before was 21. Our goal was to bring it down to 15. Again, the goal of a check-in is not to address a big situation and go deep. The goal is what's going on? What's a coping skill we can use right now? How do we get you back to normal and back to class? If we then find that maybe individual therapy or group therapy would be appropriate or community referral, that's a separate conversation. But a check-in is really how do we get you regulated again so that you can re-engage in your learning? And so really having it down to 14 minutes is quite spectacular, considering that we were at 21 minutes the year before and about 24, 25 the year before that. Here we see the number of students who received individual therapy, again from year one to year four. Last year, there was almost 6,900 individual therapy sessions conducted in our district. So Most students are able to receive individual therapy. We do have sometimes wait lists across some of our school sites. We aim for students to receive about 10 to 12 sessions when they're receiving individual therapy. We want individual therapy, school-based individual therapy, to be short-term and solution-focused. We do have some students that need additional supports, and in those cases, we do try to refer out to community partners to provide maybe more intensive, more longer-term things that maybe aren't as appropriate for a school-based counselor. Eating disorders, suicidal ideation. We can really help crisis management in the moment, but we're not necessarily the place to hold those referrals. But we have obviously over 600 kids that it is appropriate, and we're not referring out. And then in terms of crisis services, unfortunately, those have increased. There are two main categories that we categorize crisis interventions in our district. The first is extreme emotional dysregulation. So that's what we call when a student needs 45 minutes or more of a counselor support in order to regulate and go back to class. So that 15-minute check-in wasn't enough. It's a big meltdown in class. They were triggered in the classroom, they were triggered on the playground, kind of doesn't matter where the trigger came from, but they really needed a lot of intensive one-on-one counseling support. We've actually seen that number decrease year after year for the last 3 years, which means that we've done a better job building capacity with our teachers and staff so that there's other people other than counselors who can help support, and the kids are reaching baseline quicker. We typically did see it with younger kids and more towards the beginning of the year, but the great news is that we're seeing less of it year after year. Where the increase comes from then is self-harm and suicidal ideation. And so we have unfortunately seen those numbers increase year after year. And not only are we seeing them increase, when we do see suicidal ideation, it does tend to be more severe and more significant. So far this year, we've had 3 students hospitalized, which to my knowledge is the most we've ever had in the first 3 months of school. So this is something that our counselors and our families are dealing with on a pretty consistent basis. The good news is that we're able to identify these students before any actions are taken, and we're able to provide interventions and resources and guidance to get them the additional supports that they need. And our Stanford partners have been wonderful, actually, for several of our students in crisis who have required hospitalization. Our third success is our in-house intern program. We are in our 3rd year of implementing our intern program. Our first year we had 1, last year we had 3, this year we hoped to have 4, but we had a school contract kind of fall through, so we have 3. As you see on the slide, each intern saves our district approximately $19,000, as opposed to finding someone of similar experience through a community-based organization. When we partner with CBOs, we often get trainees who are still in graduate school, who are, doing their practicum site through an agency and get placed in our district. When we partner with organizations like Caminar and One Life and previously Star Vista, we don't necessarily get a say in what level of experience of a counselor we get. And trainees need experience. And so they're the ones most often in these agencies and our school sites. So our thought process was, if we're going to be getting trainees anyway, why not recruit them ourselves, go straight to the graduate schools, and then the cost savings comes from the supervision is in-house, the electronic health records and trainings and oversight, all of that is in-house, and we're not paying a community-based organization to provide that management. We do it in-house. So this also allows us flexibility. We decide when their supervisions are, so they're not during school hours. We work with them to figure out, okay, for example, this year we have 2 interns at MIT. So we were able to work with their schedules to make sure that they were at opposite ends so they could share an office, which isn't always possible when working with the CBO because they have so many partners and availabilities maybe aren't as flexible. In order for this program to continue, we do need a couple things. It does require a lot of work kind of in the middle of the school year to go to graduate school fairs, recruit, interview, onboard the trainees. And then it does require our licensed district mental health counselors to provide the ongoing supervision, so we don't have to outsource that cost. We have improved district-wide protocols. So in terms of a referral process, each school has both a staff referral and a parent referral. So there are multiple avenues, and it's very clear by the number of referrals that we receive that both staff and parents are very familiar with the referral process. There's a lot of collaboration in screen teams. So every student that's referred is brought up in a screen team so that the whole team can have feedback on, oh yes, I knew the student, or maybe the student received counseling 2 years ago. Do they need it again? Maybe we need to do a community-based referral, or this student is already receiving services through their IEP. This shouldn't be a school-based referral. So going through the screen team really allows us to see the whole child. In terms of data collection, each district counselor is responsible for the data for their school site. So they really make sure that all the partners are entering their data. So at the end of the year, there's efficacy within the data, and we know that everything's been entered correctly. It allows us to see trends so that we can then make decisions and we can see patterns. If at one school, 1 year, fifth grade, wow, we got tons of check-ins for fifth grade. Well, then maybe we can think about what do we need to implement next year in sixth grade? So that's what the data collection has allowed us to do. And we have a lot of protocols for crisis management district-wide. I have been out to most school sites and offered trainings both in suicide prevention protocols and CPS trainings for staff, just making sure everyone's familiar with the protocols, who's responsible for what are the forms, when do you contact parents, when do you contact the crisis line. So having this district-wide crisis protocols really lets us catch our students and make sure that we are supporting them in a crisis as opposed to not being able to catch it and address it in the moment. Our fifth success is expanded access to grant funding. So because we have all of this data, when we find grants that ask for data, we have it. We have it ready. We have tons of it. We have actually probably usually more data than grants are asking for, which means that we can submit applications faster. And we haven't received every grant that we've applied to, but we've received some pretty big ones. We are in the second of 2 years of our CYBHI grant. So this is where we were able to implement cognitive behavior intervention for trauma in schools, CBITS, which is an evidence-based practice for addressing trauma in a group therapy setting. Unfortunately, that was a $750,000 grant over 2 years. We hired 2 counselors. We trained, I think this year we're up to almost 100 staff in working with students with trauma. And unfortunately, that grant does end June of this school year. Michelle and I recently applied for Get Healthy San Mateo and were awarded it. So that is $200,000 over 2 years. Our goal is to hire a clinician part-time to kind of be in the enrollment center to be able to provide limited amounts of family therapy or some parent-child work. We recognize that we work a lot with students. There are still family needs in place. So if we can meet with some parents, maybe just 2 or 3 times, not long-term, not kind of the same way we meet with students, but just be like, what's going on, offload, how can we problem solve together from a clinical perspective? We're hoping to be able to offer that to some of our families. And then lastly, our partnership with Stanford University, we've had it for 5 years, and that also ends in June. And that has totaled an investment of over $1.5 million over 5 years. So we've been exceptionally fortunate to have that partnership, and sad and a little concerned that that's coming to an end. And lastly, our partnership with Stanford. So there's us, the Gardner Center, and the Center for Youth. And the Gardner Center has really elevated our clinical work through their support with data collection. They've helped us write a lot of our grants and when we have to do grant reporting and implementation, their support has been very helpful. They've helped us approach the program from a systemic lens. How do we create a system of mental health and not just kind of an outlying program? They really amplified our work. As they mentioned, they've talked about us, and they really show that Redwood City is the place that's doing this work correctly. The Center for Youth Support has ensured timely and quality care that's extremely difficult for our students to access through our psychiatry fellows, which Dr. Bott will speak to next. And their clinical expertise they provide through both formal trainings and informal consultations means that we're able to then provide students with the highest quality of care. So with that, I would like to introduce Dr. Purva Bhatt. She facilitates group consultation on a monthly basis for district counselors. So anytime counselors have questions or concerns, maybe something a kid is displaying is out of the scope of practice for us and we're not sure where to go, we're able to consult with her and she gives us kind of next steps and guidance. And she oversees the psychiatry fellow we have each year in our district, which we've also been fortunate to have for 5 years now. So I'll let her take over and she can say more about the amazing work her and her team are doing.
Thank you, Ana Paula. It's an honor to be here in front of you all today. And thank you for the warm welcome. One thing that's not in my bio, I do a lot of things at Stanford, but the thing that I enjoy the most is probably the school's work, and I work in several districts, but this is probably my favorite. One thing I don't think a lot of folks know is I grew up in a school where children were having a lot of big behaviors. I was a very quiet student growing up. And there were at least 4 different kids in each of my elementary school years that would be having very big meltdowns, very big behaviors. And I remember one year something changed. I saw these children being able to access somebody. At that age, I didn't know who it was. I later learned it was actually a school-based counselor. And at that time, I saw that they were able to stay in the classroom, stay engaged. And actually, as a little kid, me being my little 8, 9-year-old self, I actually started to enjoy being with them. So I've been able to see, I've personally experienced from as a peer, what it means to have a counselor in a school, and now I'm here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what I do. So the Child and Adolescent Psychiatry Team Services offers multiple different things. We offer systems level supports where we are supporting district leaders, where we have meetings with different folks from district leadership trying to address things that might be coming up, troubleshooting, or even thinking forward thinking about trends that are coming up and where we might be of support. Through that, we've done program development day workshops for teachers and program staff on various topics that they have identified as wanting, including a teacher well-being workshop. We also have offered, like as mentioned, as needed support. There have been times that I've gotten in these meetings where I've learned things and I'm like, oh, I actually know a resource that might be really helpful. And so those have been very impactful. We also lead monthly group clinical consultation across all district schools. And so school psychologists and school mental health counselors can join this meeting and we facilitate shared learning. They bring situations or cases that are coming up that they're really struggling with. These are usually kids that are having really big challenges or the kids that have just stopped showing up and we have no idea what's happening with that child. And so we've been able to kind of create a space where they are all able to support each other. I try to create a space where we are leveraging group wisdom, where you all are very fortunate. You have folks with so much expertise that come to these who have different backgrounds. And we're able to kind of see how they can complement each other and support each other, even though they're not at the same site. So I think that's been very helpful. At the setting level, we also provide support and training for school staff and teachers and also family members. And at the individual level, our fellows who are there for a half day per week on site for the entire year. This is and I'll talk on the next slide of where they're at in their training, but I conduct student evaluations that have been identified by the school as a child who's having significant mental health concerns. Sometimes those are also the children that are not coming to school. Sometimes they're the kids who have been to the ER several times for suicidal ideation or suicide attempts. These are the kids also that might be having more dangerous behaviors, eloping off campus, or having big meltdowns in the classroom that's disrupting everyone's ability to stay in that classroom. So we operate at all different systems, and this systems approach is something that is pretty unique to Redwood City. And I think it's been lovely to see how intentional it was from the very beginning. So I'll talk about, actually, how many of you are familiar with a child psychiatry fellow or even a child psychiatrist? Raise a hands. Excellent. We've got 2 people. Awesome. So this slide might actually be useful. So child psychiatry training is a long training process. It involves going to medical school, which is 4 years, then getting your MD or DO. After that, you will complete your adult psychiatry residency training program, where you learn about adult mental health and thinking about also how the parents might be showing up in their child's life. And then after that, you do 2 years of child psychiatry fellowship. The fellows that we talk about that are coming into your district are in that tail end. They're in that last year of their training. And they have around 23,000 hours of clinical experience. So these are people that are coming in and hopefully being helpful and also learning. For our fellows, it's a unique opportunity to see a child in their natural environment. When we do evaluations, we not only meet with the parent and get history. We're meeting with all of the school team members, right? We're talking with the principal, we're talking with the school psychologist or the counselor or the speech therapist, whoever is working with that child, even the teacher. Our fellows also go inside the classroom and will do classroom observation and recess observations. So these are very in-depth evaluations that you cannot really get even in our child psychiatry clinics where we don't get to see that child in their natural environment. So our fellows do several different things. They work with students who've been identified as having some sort of mental health need, and then they consult with the mental health counselors to determine what is the next step. They also then will do evaluations. The feedback that we've gotten is that those evaluations are very helpful at determining whether that child will qualify for a 504 or an IEP evaluation. And then when that child is able to get that, we've seen that they've been able to engage in the classroom in a more meaningful way. We've also been able to provide referrals and resources. There have been times where there are kids that are flying under the radar who are having serious mental health concerns that are getting in the way of them being able to access their curriculum or show up to school. And once we had this evaluation, we were able to connect them with the right supports, getting them connected to a mental health clinic or getting them the medical care that they needed. We also increase capacity building and education. So in addition to all of the things I mentioned, we are supporting clinical consultation for our clinicians. So there's been so many success stories, and I was asked to pick one, so I will quickly pick one. There was an 8-year-old student who we got consulted on this past year who was having severe suicidal ideation. Unfortunately, across the USA, we've been seeing this as a problem. Suicidal thoughts and suicidal behaviors are happening earlier and earlier. And this is not the only district that is encountering students who are having these sorts of concerns. So this little 8-year-old had been to the ER several times. The counselor at the elementary school had been working with this student on a weekly basis, but and knowing that this kid was navigating passive SI, maybe sometimes not, having some self-harm behavior, this counselor had tried to get this child into mental health care on multiple attempts, but was not able to for various reasons. The family was encountering every barrier imaginable that was getting in the way of that kid getting a proper evaluation and support that they needed. And so again, the burden was on this counselor to figure out what to do. And then that child stopped showing up to school. And then we found out later that they had been seen by a pediatrician, and the pediatrician's office was very worried. They said this child needs to go to the emergency room. We think that they're having pretty significant behaviors. And in that whole process, the counselor reached out to me. I reached out to the pediatrician, and we created a team plan to support that student. We did determine after collaborating that hopefully that child felt comfortable coming back to school and meeting with the counselor the next day to figure out a plan. And we did game plan that situation, saying that, okay, we're going to do an assessment and determine what the next steps are. That child ended up getting hospitalized. And unfortunately, due to a lot of what I would consider intergenerational mental health trauma, the family pulled the child out of the hospital quickly. That was not for what was the recommendation by the psychiatrist in that unit. And so again, the counselor is now in this position where they have this knowledge that this child has been discharged, is going to come back to school. What are we going to do? And so we were able to deploy our fellow to conduct an evaluation to help support that student and get them connected where they needed to go. That surpassed every barrier, including wait times within the county, including wait times in my own clinic at Stanford. We were able to get that kid seen within a week. That is like unheard of at most other places for an evaluation of that acuity. And so I think, that that systems collaboration is a big piece. I will also mention that when that child showed up at Stanford Children's ER, I got a call from my colleague who works in the ER, who actually was a Redwood City Child Psychiatry Fellow those years ago. So our fellows are staying in our community. They are staying and choosing to work with this community because of the positive experiences that they had in this district. So I want to just really highlight that. Our last year, I would say, was a major highlight. We had a fellow who was Spanish speaking who actually asked to be placed in this district, saying, I want to work here. I want to work with my community. He had a great year working at Hoover and now is working for San Mateo County, seeing kids and adults there. So, that bidirectional relationship and this partnership that we've had goes beyond just what is serving our community, but also building out that workforce of community providers who are going to choose to work and stay here. So with that, I have the immense pleasure of introducing Kristen Geiser, who's the Deputy Director and a Senior Researcher at Stanford's Gardner Center, John W. Gardner Center for Youth and Their Communities. And she's a friend and partner of the district for over 20 years.
Good evening, Dr. Baker, Board of Trustees. Those of you I haven't met before, it's really lovely to meet you. And I trust we'll continue the conversation for those of you I have met and probably interviewed many times. It's really good to see you again. You've heard a lot of data tonight between the two presentations. I want to acknowledge that. Maybe invite you to take a breath. And so I get the pleasure of sort of offering a few thoughts as your research partner and sort of some things that stand out to me. And then to be continued, right? We can continue these conversations. And the first thing I need to do is figure out how to push this button. There we go. Anna Paula began, and Dr. Bott and Dr. Joshi have emphasized how our intention all along has been to build on your commitment to creating systems that support students. And one of the reasons you have had that commitment, and one of the reasons we were eager to continue to embrace that approach with the mental health work, is that it's only when we think about things as systems that we're going to ensure that every child actually has equal access to the resources that are somehow available and webbed and knitted together in that space. So when we have a smattering of really great services at a school or across a district, some kids may get them and some kids may not. And some kids who need them may not. And so we all began together years ago saying, let's really think about this as a systems approach. And so one of the things I'm really delighted to share is that this slide is actually from a June 21 board presentation right here in this room. And that's when we all gathered here after about a year and a half of being in the work together and said, when we talk about systems and what we might see in a few years together that would tell us we're making progress toward a system, here's some of what we might see. And I think we've heard tonight between the two presentations, lots of data points that would populate each of those spheres, right? Each of those domains. And so that's the first thing I want to highlight is that in our decades of work, the Gardner Center and Dr. Joshi and his team and their work in the mental health space in particular, we see a lot of folks begin with a commitment to systems. We see a lot of folks use language that they're working on a system, and we don't always see it really happen. So really building and cultivating and tending and sustaining a system takes real commitment and real effort and real steps and continuous learning and all the things you've heard about tonight. But I think this is something to really acknowledge and celebrate. And it's also what's allowing all these services to multiply and the partnerships to thrive, is that you have the real beginnings of a strong, strong system. And that's getting you the grants. That's allowing Stanford to partner with you in the way that our team has all the things. So I want to first offer that as a reflection. The second thing I want to offer is it's one thing to see some great data points, and that is really important. And as your research partner, we do that with you. We encourage you to do that. We partner with Anna Paula all the time on data collection, analysis, and meaning making. But the other thing we need to do is we need to understand, why are we seeing some of the things we're seeing? right? We can't just say, that worked well, cross our fingers, it goes well again. We want to sort of understand what are the levers that are facilitating that, and what are the things that are creating friction or making it not happen as fast or as far as we might anticipate or hope. So that's what you see here in the second bullet in the top bunch, is we really pay attention as a research partner with you into what are the factors facilitating and complicating your work to create the system of support. And so I would love to tell you all the things we've learned. I won't do that tonight, but I can say that over the last 5 years, we've done over 110 interviews, all of our observations, reviewing of your data, all the things. This last spring, the cycle of inquiry involved 18 interviews with folks from 10 schools and in a number of roles. So in a forthcoming research brief, I'll go into the details of what we learned about factors. But tonight, I just want to highlight something most of you probably know, which is in any good system, what you are going to have are some really critical roles, right, that are really key to that system working together so that we don't just have standalone programs, projects, services. So the one I want to highlight tonight that is something that Anna Paula cannot highlight because she can't look at herself, is what we see over and over and over in our data on the implementation of your work, and that is the role of the lead mental health clinician. So having someone at the district level who has clinical training and expertise, it has been critical to really facilitating, maximizing, and I would say multiplying the effects and the capacity of your program. So again, we'll talk a lot more about that in a brief, and I'm happy to answer questions about that later. These are some of the highlights, some of the ways that that lead role facilitates behind the scenes, right? Anna Paula showed you that slide that was just the surface of all the things the counselors do. Behind a good counselor is a really good lead clinician, right? Someone who can help connect the dots, block and tackle, notice themes, all those things. I think if you've been on the board for more than a few months, more than a year, you've heard our team come every year and we share quotes like this. And this is from this year's round of data collection. So what we hear over and over from site leaders, from principals, from teachers, is that there is so much need that's beyond their scope, beyond their training, beyond their capacity, and they cannot imagine doing their job without the counselors. What they don't say in these quotes, because it's not visible to them, is how the lead clinician and the district and the board's support of this makes that possible. So our job as a research partner is in part to help make those less visible pieces more visible. And so that's the one I wanted to bring to you tonight. I mentioned the multiplying factor, or how the lead clinician contributes to maximizing sort of the growth and development system. It's not just for the district, it's actually for your students after they leave Redwood City as well. So what happened last year is in all of our mental health meetings, one of the conversations that came up was something like this. It was, we are doing so much here to support our students while they're in our district. What happens when they leave? And what happens specifically when they move into 9th grade? And what happens to their sense of well-being and their sense of belonging? So I think this brief was in your packet, but we brought together folks from Redwood City, from Ravenswood, from Sequoia, and we worked on this. So more to come, but I do encourage you to look at the brief. It has voices from your students and your parents in it. And it's one example of how the work we've been able to do together has directly supported your schools, your families, your community, and you're also setting the bar and now saying to the neighboring districts, join us because we cannot do this alone. And these are our students coming to you in high school. Join us in this. So with that, I'm going to pause and pass it back to Anna Paula.
Our counseling program has been highlighted through a variety of conferences and professional events. Most recently in September, we presented a poster at the Stanford School of Medicine Community Health Symposium, and you can actually, I hung the poster on the wall there in case you wanted to check it out. So the picture on the top right is actually from the School of Medicine Health Symposium. As I mentioned, one of our counselors presented at the School-Based Mental Health Echo. Kristen featured Redwood City during her presentation at Wellness Together conference last year. Michelle, Enrique, and I presented at United for Youth. Michelle, Dr. Baker, and I presented at the CSBA conference last year. So we're really highlighting the work that we're doing and we're getting recognition for it, as seen by the awards our counseling program has won over the last couple of years. With all of these wonderful successes do come some challenges. We're seeing community resources decrease, funding decrease, and so this lack of resources really being felt by our students in our communities. Our first challenge is really the reduction in the district counselor staffing. So in year one, we had 12 full-time. We're fortunate enough to go up and have 13 full-time the second and third year. We went down to 10 in year four, and this year we're at 6.5 FTEs. Every year that we've seen a decrease in the number of district counselors, we've also seen a decrease in the number of contracted counselors. So the decrease in district counselors has not been met with an increase in contracted supports. It's just been a general overall decrease. While we've been able to maintain the quality and amount of services through the end of the fourth year of the program, this year that we don't have district counselors at every site, last year we had at least part-time, we are seeing more challenges with equity and systematic implementation across the district. When we contract with community-based organizations, we don't receive licensed counselors. We often receive trainees. If we're lucky, we get an associate, someone who has graduated from the graduate program but isn't licensed yet. They have to accrue 3,000 hours before they can get licensed. So they're kind of in that in-between time. For many of the counselors we receive, it's their first time providing clinical services. So this does limit the breadth of clinical services that those contracted counselors can do in our school sites. Just as an example, this year I've received calls from multiple sites that don't have a district counselor needing support because their contracted counselors either weren't on site because they're usually part-time and we're hodgepodging several different part-time counselors to fulfill the hours at a specific school site, or that counselor didn't have the expertise needed to deal with the suicidal ideation or a family situation that required somebody with more experience to handle. It was fortunate that in the situations I was able to go in person and support, but if I hadn't been, it would have been calling the crisis line, waiting for a mobile crisis unit, or not being able to provide that student with that intervention at all. Using the same graph that I had kind of used before to amplify all the work the district counselors are doing, the items that are crossed off are items that are completely eliminated without district counselors, and the items in orange are the areas that are affected or impacted. So, for example, we lose participation in screen team and 504s. That's not something our contracted counselors have done in the past or are currently doing because they're currently able to focus on filling their caseload and providing back-to-back counseling supports because the district counselor is able to do all of the advocacy and assigning of caseloads. They also don't have the familiarity with our systems. And what is the role of a counselor in screen team or a 504? We have a lot of turnover with contracted counselors. So we spend a lot of time teaching a contracted counselor at the beginning of the year how the systems work, what the expectations are, and then we do it again year after year. In terms of the areas that are impacted, we lose a lot of the visibility and rapport. Again, because of that turnover, we don't have the same counselor there Monday through Friday, year after year, that we do with our district counselors. We actually saw a decrease for the first time in students who felt comfortable talking to their counselor. And using the Gardner Center's research powers, we were able to gather that the reason for the decrease was the 4 sites that went from a full-time counselor to a part-time counselor. Those 4 sites had a decrease in the number of students who felt comfortable talking to their counselor. There now exists also a potential question of equity across our school sites. Some of our school sites have a licensed counselor who is capable of dealing with any and all issues that may arise, and some do not. And those that do not are also at sites that may not be able to access that elsewhere. So whereas before there was consistency and a systematic approach, we are struggling with that this year. One of our biggest community-based organization that we work with is One Life Counseling Services. They have been a wonderful partner and resource for our district for the last 4 years. I asked them to share what it's been like to have with our partnership and to have our district leads. They are feeling the loss of our district leads as much as our students are. So this is something that they were able to share with us. And then it goes on. They really speak to the fact that because they're coming in, they have someone who knows who the teachers are, who knows who the students are, who's met with the parents before. So when we get a referral for a student for behavior, the One Life counselor in the situation isn't starting from scratch, reaching out to the parent, introducing themselves, trying to figure out what's happening. The district counselor can say, oh yeah, for the last 3 years, this is what we've been working on. Or I can tell you that this parent works 2 jobs and they're free in the evening. And so you have just so much more guidance and support that lets you just get down to brass tacks and get doing the work without having to learn everything at the beginning of the year. Our second challenge is funding for our Stanford Mental Health Collaborative. As I mentioned, that partnership is ending in June. We are trying to figure out if there's a way to secure funding, at least for our work with our psychiatry fellows that Dr. Bott supervises. As she mentioned, it's been invaluable. Even I think 3 weeks ago, I texted Dr. Bott and our fellow from year 1 who works at Lucille Packard, and I was like, hey, we've got a kid headed your way. Within 30 minutes, she was like, great, what's the counselor's name and number? I gave her the counselor's name and number. That counselor got a phone call 45 minutes later. We've got your kid, we're assessing. And so having that partnership and that connection benefits our students to an immeasurable degree. And to the parents, it gives them so much peace of mind to know we're going there, they know we're coming, they're looking out for us, they're a trusted institution. So we are actively pursuing funding to try to sustain that partnership. So what comes next? This is the big scary beast of the statewide multi-payer school linked fee schedule, which is also a mouthful. This is basically a system where we can bill insurance companies for mental health services that we are providing in schools. That's kind of the brass tacks of it. Historically, that happened at your community clinics, through your community-based organizations, right? There may be Kaiser providers, you know. This basically allows us to bill Kaiser, Anthem, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, like most of the insurance companies directly. Where we're at now, we are the only school in cohort 2. Nobody from the county was in cohort 1. So we're going first. We've been kind of in a waiting pattern for about a year. As most state processes go, it has not been as quick to get going as maybe initially planned. We are currently waiting on our County Office of Education to partner with Santa Clara's County Office of Education. Santa Clara was in cohort 1 and they have started billing. So they're getting an MOU going. They're actually hired a contractor that Dr. Baker and I met with a couple weeks ago. That contractor is really going to try to help our district get up and running before everybody else, because all of our paperwork is in and approved by the state. We're ready to start billing. We just need the system, which is what our County Office of Education is trying to get up and running. So we're ready to go. We're just waiting for all the other pieces to kind of fall in line. We're hoping to start billing this school year. There's a couple barriers in place this year. How do we get students' health insurance information? How are parents going to feel about this? So the plan is for me to start attending a lot of cafecitos that the principals host, and just being able to have an open question answer session and answer as many questions as I can answer with the information we have so far. And then in the enrollment packets for next year, include a form that asks for that information. It's voluntary. Obviously, you don't have to provide it, but that would make it easier for us to then bill moving forward, because we'll already have that information. We don't have to ask for it every time we're calling and asking for consent. So we are looking at ways to how to decrease barriers for next year. For this year, we're going to trial and error it as soon as they give us the green light to go. So this is kind of how we're trying to build some sustainability into this program. This year, we are also starting to try to get some outcome measures. So we are asking students after they do a check-in with a counselor, was this helpful? So we have a little diagram. It's in English and Spanish, thumbs up, middle, down. So it's consistent across all grade levels so that we could the data would be appropriate for all 9 grades. And over 86% of students found it helpful. Only 1% said it wasn't. And so students are really finding value in those average 14 minutes of talking with a counselor and getting back to class. And this data is just for the first trimester that ended on Friday because we just started implementing that this year. And then as mentioned, this program really requires us all to work together, be on the same page and about having a systems approach to mental health. And we so appreciate the partnership that we've received for the last 5 years since before the program started, even just thinking about it to where we are now. And then I do have a student parent. The student wanted to be here tonight, but she had some sports and then homework, so she couldn't be here tonight. So she recorded a video. And then I also have a parent. And we'll see how the sound works. Nope. So maybe I will share that via email. So apologies for that. All right. This is been on a quote from one of our parents. Again, like Augustine had mentioned, we have a lot of parents who have provided a lot of feedback and positive interactions from communication with our counselors, and just they appreciate being kept up to date and knowing when we're meeting with them, why we're meeting with them, how long we're meeting with them. So just thank you so much for your ongoing support of all of our mental health services, and a big thank you to Stanford's Community Engagement Office just for their 5 years of financial support to be able to continue doing this work.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the presentation, Ana Paula, and our presenters, Dr. Yoshi, Dr. Bott, Dr. Geiser, and our mental health counselors who are here tonight. Saw Augustine left, but also it was great to hear the parent voice. No public comments, so we can dive right into questions, comments. Why don't we start with Trustee Weekly?
Thank you so much. And to repeat what Mike had said, thank you to the mental health counselors and clinicians and to the doctors from Stanford. Go Cardinal. It's so wonderful to have you all here. Across both presentations, it's really incredible, the Stanford presence here tonight. You've all seen so many districts and practices, and we heard a lot of praise for Redwood City, and like it's always great to hear that, of course, and there's a lot of good work behind that as well. But surely not everything that we're doing is perfect, and there are probably some reflections on things that we're doing differently that maybe are not ideal or helpful. Where do we need to revise our approach, or where do we need to set a new long-term goal? We presented some goals from many years ago, and it looks like we're ticking a bunch of the boxes, and that feels great. So yeah, maybe we need to move the goalposts again. What are your thoughts on that?
That's a great question. I feel like one of the great focuses over the last couple of years is to be able to the data gathering to inform the decision making. And so I feel like we've really been able to do that. I don't know off the top of my head what we need to be doing differently because we have pivoted as needed over the last couple of years. So nothing immediately comes to mind.
And in terms of like, when is it the right time to set new long-term goals? Because we did a pretty decent job at the last set of ones, or maybe the last set of ones are eternal goals. And so like, we don't need to revisit them. What's your take on long-term planning?
For now, I think the main concern is how well is just sustaining this program,
Fair.
right? I
Yeah.
think there is no long-term goal if there's no sustainability
Fair
long-term.
point.
And so I think if we're able to figure that out, and I think this new building system is going to be a great help with that. And that's kind of where a lot of, at least my focus at the moment, is to build the infrastructure to be able to build that out.
Do we think the insurance billing is going to cover 100% of the issues here, 50%, 5%? Like how helpful is it if it lands, and how uncertain is it landing?
It's definitely not going to be 100%. So that I can tell. The rest of it, I don't know. It's really going to be a combination of, will parents share their health insurance information with us? Or what are the barriers going to be once we actually start this process, of which we won't know really until we're able to start? And then there was a second part to your question that I'm now blanking on. Oh, sorry.
I think you're hinting at it here, but just like if we get very effective at asking pretty please, can you share your health insurance information? Because this is going to be very effective at letting us care for your kid and make sure your kid gets a great education, which is the point of why they're here at school. How much coverage does that give us? And how certain is it that sorry, there's uncertainty around the parents. Are they going to give us the insurance information? Like what we're not going to get to 100% coverage. What do we think is the achievable number there? For the other parts, in terms of billing and the back office, the electronic medical record system and submission, is that just paperwork, but we're 100% confident that functions, and maybe it'll be more of a pain in the butt than we wanted it to be, but we're going to be able to work through that and get it done, and that the focus of the uncertainty is on the parent side providing us with insurance information. Is that the main uncertainty?
Correct.
Okay.
So the reason I'm much more certain about the back end of it is because our county has a capacity grant for 2 years where they're paying basically for the tech support and the back end, the billing oversight, and making sure the claims are good before they get submitted so that they can get reimbursed.
Yeah.
And so our county's covering the cost for all of that for a couple of years. So we're up and running. And then at that point, we'll have a better idea of what the financial returns are in terms of what the cost is to then maintain it as opposed to starting it up.
Okay. So the big question is, I guess, what fraction of our parents have insurance? And then of those, what fraction are willing to give us their insurance? And if that number is high, we're in good stead. And if it's not, then we're in trouble. Is that kind of roughly where we're at?
Pretty much sums it up.
Okay. What are quick ways that we could start sniff testing where those numbers are at to get a sense for what kind of size of task we have before us?
So that was actually what the consultant, the Dr. Baker and I met with. Her suggestion was for me to go to Cafecitos and start talking to parents and just saying, is there a lot of resistance? Are we pretty open to it? Just kind of get a feel for it. And then once we get a feel for it, then we know how to like more widely market it to the district in terms of flyers or district-wide presentations. So the consultant's suggestion was to start with Cafecitos.
Have we early identified any concerns? Because I mean, I guess some of what I'm struggling with was, hey, we could provide a bunch of services to your kid if your kid were to need them. Are you open to that? And I would feel like that's a relatively compelling pitch. Like, yes, I will give you my insurance information. So it's like, have you surfaced some concerns where I don't know if I want the school district having my insurance information or?
Not yet.
Okay.
I will say one of the benefits that a parent might ask, like let's say your Kaiser copay is $20 per counseling appointment.
You have to pay $20.
The state's covering the copay.
Oh.
So actually there is no copay. So
This seems like a really straightforward pitch. Then like, I mean, I heard like lots of doubt and concern, like, we don't know if parents are going to be happy with this, but the pitch seems very strong. So it seems likely we should be able to get a very large percentage of parents to say yes and hand it over.
That is my hope. I think just initially this first year, because we don't have the system in place to gather that information, it's hard to like one-on-one on the phone call being like, your kid was referred. Would you like to? Yes, by chance, could I have your health insurance information for this reason? Because we haven't had like a district-wide messaging or method of gathering that information, which is going to be a harder mountain to climb initially. I think once we have the system in place, it'll be much easier. We're like,
Dr. Kaiser has something to say.
By all means.
By all means, do it together. So one thing I want to offer is, again, sort of like a slight step back a little bit. So what we're at right now is a very interesting policy moment. So state of California is saying, okay, youth mental health, we need additional support. Schools have been shown to be a really good place to locate this because the families then can access it and they have trust in their team who's known. So when the team says, we can provide these services, the next step we want to chat about is insurance, right? So now there's a trusted space. So policymakers are saying this could be a way to help fund sustained mental health support that is school-based, which will be timely and effective and all the great things. It is a new policy, right? So I was part of Healthy Start Evaluation, 1992. And that was a new policy then of like, what happens if we locate health services, including mental health, substance abuse counseling, but also physical health on a campus? No one knew, right? They had a lot of evidence to suggest this would be a good thing, but no one knew. So there was a policy, there was implementation, there was learning, right? So 5 years ago, you implemented counselors across all schools. Very evidence-based strategy. We talked to the best in the land, right? So implemented, learned a little this year. What happens when you reduce someone to a half FTE? A lot happened. That wasn't a small change. It was a small policy change with a big practical impact, right? So what's happening now with this is the state's giving us a chance to say, like, could this work? The state's asking the same question. How much will this offset the cost? How much will this cover? How much will the gap be?
Right.
Will parents do this? What's the effect on the counseling team, right? More will be revealed. So the nice thing about being in partnership is we are listening very closely to all those things so that we can share back. The state's doing an evaluation, but it's going to feel very high level for you, not necessarily actionable, but we're going to be up close listening and helping understand the story to, again, look at what helps and what hinders this from being net value add versus sort of a drain. So, and just to say, to be the first in the county, I'm in a lot of meetings where people are like waiting for Redwood City because they didn't have the system in place to get all the paperwork in order, to get on the list, to be ready to go. No one else is ready to go.
It sounds like the state is still trying to figure this out very much. And is the program being rolled out provisionally like, hey, we'll see how this goes for 2 years, 3 years or something, and then at the end of it, by default, it'll die and like you can't do it anymore? Or is this like a permanent new thing and we're hoping it works, but it's permanent?
As permanent as state policy. And there are other districts who are doing it. So
Yeah.
it's not that you're the first in the whole state.
Sure,
But
right.
so there's already learning underway. There's a couple districts finding some really great success with it in terms of parent take up, student take up, and the reimbursements coming in. So more will be revealed. So really good questions. And I would encourage you, like, as they come, because they may come to you tonight as you drive home, send them. Like, it'd be great to sort of hear what you're wondering.
All right. I have unmuted my laptop.
Because we're all in the room
Yeah.
talking.
So for those online, there are some technical difficulties here. The meeting is still being streamed, obviously, because you're here and being recorded, but the connectivity to the cameras and the audio system in the room is not functioning. We are going to continue the meeting. We are going to change whose laptop is muted or not, but hopefully all of you can hear me. I'm seeing a yes, people online can hear me. Great. Says yes, it all says yes. Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. Where were we?
And we figure out how this whole billing system works. We can actually have our contracted run that and our counselors bill.
Yeah.
And I've had preliminary talks with their organizations. So the thought process is that they can take charging us the same hourly rate they're charging us, we can take the reimbursement to offset our costs of hiring to be other services. So also mentioning, in terms of how to explain to parents, it basically gives them mental health services. They don't have to go to their community organization, but they don't have to travel there. They don't have to go to the specific, they don't have to come up or go out to school. There's a lot of different, like to your point, there's a lot of upside, very little downside.
Seems like a very strong pitch. So here's hoping it lands. Fair enough. Cool. Thank you. Great. I think that's. So we've got this cool board report that's for community schools. Dr. Geiser mentioned that in the presentation, you couldn't tell me all of the wonderful things that you had learned, but I'm hoping that you can send us and maybe members of the public some of the research so we can learn more about what has been learned.
So that research brief on the role of the lead clinician will be done after.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Cool. I think that's all I have for questions, so I can hand it to Trustee Lee. I will get to mute.
Because I didn't join.
Okay. So, all right, I'll move my laptop.
It'll be quick. I don't really have any material questions other than just to say thank you. Obviously, part of this whole presentation and the last one was to keep us informed about how these works in the context of clearly what is a difficult budget environment. And I think I'm the lone one here of the on the dais that is not privy to those conversations, but it's something that I'm taking very seriously. Obviously, it is very clear that there's value to the programs that are already happening. So I will just acknowledge that I am keeping that in mind as well. The only other thing that I worry about, which is not, this is more just a general comment, is, and I mentioned this before, so part of that is, part of what's a little bit alarming is, obviously we have to respond to what's before us. But it sounds like there's a material chance that it is not, there are incidents rising across the board. And back to what David Weekly mentioned, it's something that troubles me, and I don't know whether that is within our purview to address. But it's just very challenging, and I hope that we can. I don't know how to deal with it, but acknowledge that we are continuing to see these incidents, and so it's part of our job to make sure that we can do the best that we can to treat what's before us. Thank you again.
All right, okay. Yeah, so thanks. Just I want to acknowledge just how transformative it's been over the last 4 or 5 years. Just mental health is now, it's visible, it's normalized, it's woven into daily school life. For so many of our students, our families, and our staff, and that kind of cultural shift, it just doesn't happen accidentally, right? It's the result of this intentional system building by our mental health team and by our partners. And speaking of our partners, our collaboration with Stanford, the Gardner Center, the Center for Youth Mental Health and Wellness, it's just clearly raising the quality bar. The clinical consultation, the CAP fellows that we talked about, the shared protocols, the real data systems that Dr. Geiser is putting together, that positions our CSD just as a regional leader and not just a participant in this. And I really do appreciate how your report shows how important the district-based mental health counselor is, just how they're anchors for our system. They hold the relationships, they do the crisis response, just their roles kind of, it's really critical, and their institutional knowledge is really priceless. So the question, for me at least, isn't really whether we keep mental health services, it's how we're going to protect and strengthen them. This kind of system for the long term. Look, I totally understand the budget challenges that we're facing. We're not the only district. All districts are kind of facing that, and that is going to be a real challenge year after year to kind of put in there. Yet this an award-winning, data-driven model that's meeting this level of need. It really it shouldn't be precarious, as it is year after year. So I'm hopeful that, we'll be able to find a replacement for this last 5-year grant that you're looking for to continue the partnership, the deep partnership with Stanford. Funding always comes up as thinking about this because not just because we're worried about money, but because for me, I'm worried about this program. I think it's so important and critical, and I really appreciate all that it's done. For my 5 years on the board, I've gotten to see it from like inception to today. So thanks again. And I'll pass it to Dr. Baker.
All right, I kind of want to ditto everything that Mike said, but the most important piece for me at this point in time is 6 years ago when this started, met with Amy, Dr. Josie, Dr. Bott. We knew that at that time when we were talking about this and the COVID hadn't hit or anything, but it was a need. We saw a need in the community of what our students were feeling, the manner of having to come to school, but at the same time, there was all of these other characteristics and things that were going on at home that we didn't know how to handle. And as a superintendent, I had no way in hell how to know how to start this program up. And so, with your support and your assistance in helping us through, especially that first year, with finding the counselors, which I was thinking, there's no way we're going to be able to do this in the first year and find what we need. And we did, and you brought that forth. The other piece is Dr. Josie and you talking with me. In order to maintain, you need to have someone who's going to be in this lead position. I can't do it. That's not my background. get me in front of kids, know about educational resources, curriculum strategies, how to work with kids. That's my background. The whole mental health piece is not. So your leadership in guiding me in this manner to get someone of the expertise that Anna Paula has to move this forward was immensely appreciated. And where we are now today compared to where we were at the beginning is amazing. As Mike has said, yes, we are in this. Oh, too bad we have to worry about budgets. It's just, I don't know. I did have a couple years I didn't have to worry about budget, right? Just that I never had to come before the board and start worrying about budget. But we are, hopeful that maybe we can find some other funders. And I know I have my one funder, I still have some dollars left from her. And so that's probably where those dollars should go. As she has said to me, it's your last year, you do what you want with it. So it's not the a great pocket of dollars, but at least it's some that we'll be able to utilize. But it's such a need, mental health, and I know if you have not experienced it yourself as a child, as we did in my family when my youngest brother experienced it, and luckily my parents were financially capable of having him put in a residential placement where they could pay for a couple years for him to get through this. Because even though he was in a private school, the private school had no counselors whatsoever. And so my parents were like, fish out of water trying to find out what to do. So this is just an amazing program. And I will definitely, after retirement, even get out there to see if I can find the funding for it, for this program, because I feel so strongly about it. So with that being said, I just want to give my gratitude and thanks to everyone here from Stanford who has helped us move this project forward. Dr. Josie, Dr. Bott, Dr. Gerdstein, and Dr. Geiser, and of course, Anna Paula, who I see every day, and we commiserate together. No, not commiserate, but we talk about great things that are happening too, because I'm, worried about the program, just like many of us are. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for helping me bring this forward, and I'm hoping that it will be able to continue. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So now we're on to our discussion items, which is pass through a bunch of policies. I know one we have to discuss, but many of the other ones, Wendy, I don't know if you're going to do a preamble for each of them or if we need it or no.
The express mode. We just said.
Express mode. Perfect. Okay, so let's start with the first one. First reading and discussion of board policy 3311.1, which is uniform public construction cost accounting procedures. Are there any questions or comments? It looks like it's a brand new policy for us, all from CSBA. All right. The second one is the board policy and administrative regulations 0420.4, charter school authorization. I only saw CSBA changes in it. Look good to me. Any questions? Okay. Then we can talk about the discussion of board policy 042041, which is charter school oversight. Looks like new policy from CSBA. Yeah, for us. I mean, new for us. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Next one is board policy and administrative regulation 3100, the budget. Just double checking that we're all good with option one, the selected one about budget advisory committee appointed by the superintendent. Okay, perfect. The next one's number 5. It's board policy and AR 3260, fees and charges. Again, all CSBA revisions. No questions, no comments. Okay, then we're on to board policy 3312, which is contracts. Again, this one had an option, all good with option 2. That's a public hearing for the making or renewal of each contract. Oh, what did I skip? Oh, I skipped number 6. Sorry. table of contracts, coming right back to it. Hang on to it. So this will be Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 3311 bids. Also all from CSBA the changes.
I'm just a little slow on the express train here, and on the budget one, there's a change from where the board decides on the budget committee and the superintendent decides. I just want to make sure.
I didn't think that was a change. I thought that was just selecting the option from the template. And in the currently, I believe this is the way that we do it today, because I don't think we had a board decision about who was actually appointed into the budget advisory committee. It was a superintendent advisory committee.
'Cause I know we do have the just committee selection is something that we discuss like once a year. We talk about who's going to serve on what committee.
So that is different. That is not trustee representation at this is referring. Okay, I'll let the policy expert. I'm gonna try it and then I'll Wendy jump in. But I believe this one is talking about the makeup of the members of the superintendent's committee around budget advisory. So for example, next Tuesday we have a superintendent's budget advisory committee around looking at the budget now. All the members that were on that were selected by a process that the superintendent or his delegate put into place. Whereas ours coming in, we do that, like we decide which trustees are going to be in membership. Yeah.
Both are budget committees, and so
Right.
that made me a little confused.
Right. No, this would be a different, but
Budget advisory committee is decided by the superintendent.
Yeah.
But the board's budget committee is decided by.
that's right. Yeah.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Perfect. Yeah. Good question. Good question. Lots of words, very similarly constructed. Okay. So now we're on to board policy and administrative regulation. Oh gosh, no, we contracts, thanks. 3312 contracts. This one also had an option. This was option 2 about the public hearing for the making or renewal of each contract. I think that's typically what we do right now anyway, so no change. Okay, great. Just making sure we're discussing the options. Okay, so now we're on to 3550, food service and child nutrition program. I did appreciate the addition of prioritizing serving freshly prepared on-site meals using whole or minimally processed sustainable foods. I'm assuming Richie probably added that. So thank you.
But my only call out on this one was that not all carbonated beverages are unhealthy beverages, as a fan of Spindrift.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it seems like the language was kind of bucketed, just if it had any carbonation at all, it was in the same bucket as unhealthy foods and stuff.
No, I was actually referring to paid advertising for carbonated beverages in high schools in the past, right? You always see the Coca-Cola or Pepsi machine, which gave them exclusive rights to sell that product on campus.
Right.
So this is about the advertising portion of it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And to the other point, the Country Time lemonade, just for reference, would go under unhealthy beverages.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that clarification.
Are you concerned we skipped one?
Go ahead.
I think we're at number 9, food service. So that's 3551, food service operations in the cafeteria fund. This one also had an option to do what we do already, which is pay our food service employees from the cafeteria fund. We all know it is Fund 13. Okay, questions, discussion? Anything?
We're on 3550 or 3551?
We just did 3551.
Okay. Did we talk about 3550?
We did. You had asked about carbonated beverages.
That was that was 3312 was carbonated beverages. So that was contracts.
Okay.
3312 was contracts.
Contracts,
which
okay.
Included contracts around advertising.
Great, got it.
Advertising for
Okay.
carbonated beverages.
Okay, so then 3550 food service child nutrition program. Did you have a question for it?
Yeah, I was just, I was hoping that we could just clearly reconcile what's here with what's currently in 49430.7, because it seems like we partially align with it, but not fully. Based on my reading of 4940.7, 49430.7. So
Where is that reference?
3551, right?
Yeah, so we're 3550.
3550, we're back at 8.
Agenda item 9.8. Yeah. So we struck a lot of the prior detail because that prior detail was actually struck in the ed code itself, which makes sense. We have to align with ed code, right? And just in following that dotted line says, hey, we need to align with ed code. I went and took a look at 49430.7, and there's a focus on trans fats, and there's a number of different provisions in there which were not included either explicitly in 3550 in our proposed language. The simple suggestion that I heard back from staff on this question was just like, and shall comply with Education Code 49430.7. It would be sufficient to make me happy that we're aligned there. So we just need like that clause needs to be in there. And
Sorry, wait, just to confirm though, the reference that you just mentioned is not referenced in the policy itself, correct? Like that is your sua sponte.
No, it is referenced in the policy for the subsection talking about trans fats. So
yeah, sorry, I'm trying to, this 3550 and then you said 49430.
49430.7 ed code.
I'm not finding that in the policy. That's why I'm
okay. There's the which one? What? Not trying to waste the board's time here. I know it's late. Which was the one that talks about trans fats? Okay. I thought this was food safety. It's in the AR. Sorry. Sorry, I'm having trouble finding it now.
Page 3. Yeah. Okay, 49554.
In the AR.
Yeah, so in the AR clean nutrition standards for school meals, bullet point 2, not to be deep fried, par fried, or flash fried as defined in Ed Code 4930 and 49430.7. There was just it's a nit. I'm not trying to hold everyone up, but like just that Ed Code included some other things as well beyond frying. If I recall the ed code correctly, it's like basically you can't put like margarine and stuff. You got to use butter, right? And so I just wanted to make sure that like if we're passing stuff to go and update these policies to be compliant with ed code, that we actually are aligned with ed code.
Sorry. Well, for either way, if it's the ARs, this is not technically something that the board is approving.
Right.
Yeah.
But it sounds like the district staff is taking it under consideration. Is that fair?
Yeah, is that something you can? Yeah, you can take back on.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thanks, Wendy.
Okay, so then we'll do 3551 again, the food service and operations cafeteria fund. Nothing. Okay. Then I will move on to 3553, free and reduced price meals.
So AB 95 permits us to sell a paid lunch after offering a free lunch. We're recognizing that, but we are not currently planning to sell paid lunches. It's just was my only comment on this. So looks good.
Okay.
Yep.
Move on.
Yep.
Okay, 4121. This is temporary and substitute personnel.
Sure.
Two option choices there. I think they all looked fine to me. Okay. Then 6144, controversial issues. Anything on controversial issues?
I feel like we should have more of a fight about this one.
Actually, well. Sorry, this is one that I should have looked at the clean for, because there's a portion that's highlighted there of the teacher should help students separate fact from opinion and warn them against drawing conclusions from insufficient data. And so I wanted to check whether or not that is something that we included in the clean as effectively proposed.
I'm not seeing it, so it looks like that one is struck on that.
Okay, I think, okay, sorry. We talked about in policy committee and there are different approaches to it. So this is one that I did want to have before like a board discussion on. My general opinion is that was struck. It was in the previous version. It was struck from CSBA. I kind of liked it. Like I think the things that are discussed there are, I think, helpful and should be non-controversial. Not saying that they are, but I think it is helpful to separate fact from opinion.
Yeah.
Warn against drawing conclusions from insufficient data.
To it, I feel like the strength of the claim should be backed by the strength of the data. The stronger the claim, the stronger the evidence needed to support it.
Yeah. And I think importantly, the way I read this clause is not that the teachers are being told or instructed to tell students what is sufficient or insufficient, but it is more of recognizing that there are these abstract ideas and we should have an approach to it. That said, it was obviously deleted for a reason. I imagine it can be controversial because varying ways that people will interpret it. I would be in favor of keeping it because I feel like we can do it, but I want to have discussion.
Which clause are you talking about? Just
in the marked copy,
Yeah.
there,
The
on
teacher
page
should
one,
help students
the
separate
highlighted.
fact from opinion and warn them against drawing conclusions from insufficient data. That was the phrase.
I see this one, yeah.
Yeah.
Within their age and maturity of the students. So if you're talking first graders, so talking eighth graders. Back to the opinion.
The trap I want us to avoid falling into is teach the controversy, right? It's like, oh, well, some people believe that the earth is flat. And so we need to make sure to give respectful and equal airtime to all different possible viewpoints here, right? Some people think that.
But I guess case in point for me, the way that I would interpret that situation is this policy does not say teach them that this is opinion or fact, but it is encouraging teachers to say, here's how we should think about a statement. Like we should think about what facts are that we know through concrete data, and then what are opinion, and then where does the balance lie? That's how I interpret it. That said, it's like a lot easier to have this abstract discussion than it is in the classroom. And so I imagine that's part of the controversy, but that is for board discussion. And I would also love input from the staff, as I'm sure that you guys have feelings as well.
No, I was actually reading the line above below it, right? So it's not just that, but you read the line below it, talks about suppressing any student views. So I think that's where it becomes the controversy. How do you handle that? You have to be able to handle it as a teacher, like you said, right? And I think that's where that controversy be, like, and the opinion matters, right? And the student's opinion matters, and parent opinion, and that's where it becomes that gray line. And I think that's probably maybe what was struck out.
I'll say I'm not advocating for adding that part in. I'm only looking at the highlight.
Read all of that together, it makes that whole, that to me, that's the way I would read it. And because it's not just back, I think it's all of it struck out for that.
And after reading some of the comments from our needs assessment that we've done out, parents are very local, and some things that topics that are coming up actually are about. So it is controversial.
I guess
So that's just thinking about the overall what I've been seeing. There are topics that parents really do not want us to talk about in school. in all areas.
Do you have a view on?
I mean, I think
Well,
that we've always taught facts, right? That's part of our educational background and teaching, especially now that we're writing argumentative essays. We're trying to teach them to have 2 points of view, balance it out, and take an opinion, take a stance. That's part of our standards, right? And I really more is the argument is the middle school or in the elementary. It is just to state your opinion and provide evidence, right? So, I mean, that is still the standards that we're teaching. But it can be controversial depending on the stance a student takes or a teacher takes, right? I think that's where you walk the fine line. I think that's the fine line. I don't have one or another because I've taught both, and I think they're both relevant. It's about as a teacher, how do you portray that, and how do you have that open-ended conversation and dialogue, so that no one points of views are being heard and you're being respectful. There's no right or wrong.
I would, yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. I see the point that you're bringing in, but I gotta imagine that there was some sort of thought and consideration that it went into taking it out. And I don't think that it weakens the policy at all, the intent of the policy by not having that in there. Nor do I think that it necessarily strengthens it to say like, oh, well, now they wouldn't have done this without these words in that policy. So.
I also want to point out that I think the primary context of that section is about the teacher's delivery and instruction. But the first paragraph speaks about the student's critical thinking and fact versus opinion. So it's honored in the board policy, but it's sort of restructuring the teacher to choose a certain path in the instruction of the information.
I don't like bullet point 2 as it stands, because it really does imply that if any person, whether parent or student, could consider a given topic to be controversial, that it becomes incumbent upon the teacher, in complying with the policy so written, to go and present all the different possible points of view evenly in a balanced manner. And I don't think that helps our students navigate reality. I think that helping students evaluate claims, how strong is this claim, helping them evaluate data, and then helping them evaluate what is the degree to which the data is supportive of the claim. Those are core critical thinking skills. And what I don't want us to do is to fall into a place where it's like, well, everyone gets to have their beliefs and truth is subjective. We live in a subjective truth of a reality. Like, I don't want that to be what our students get from instruction in our district. I think there are some things that are true, and maybe some of those truths are uncomfortable.
But controversial.
Yeah. So I think it's about, like, you get to have an opinion, and also reality has certain things that may or may not be true, and it's incumbent on you to gather the data that you can about this thing and be willing to go and challenge your own beliefs. So instead of an environment where everyone gets to be right, no, it's like, it's for some of these things, some people are going to be right and some people are going to be wrong, and it's up to you to figure out, might you be wrong? Are you right? Are you wrong? To interrogate yourself and to be thinking about, how do I gather the data that could not just support the belief that I have, but that might contradict it, and it might force me to change my mind about a thing. Like, that's learning.
I'll give you a great example. It's teaching religion in 7th and 8th grade. I mean, 7th grade world history is all the different religions. And so the teacher, through the state standards, is charged with, this is the set of tasks that you need to have the students know and understand about X religion. Now we're going to shift gear to this religion. And so I think part of this board policy is to allow for those experiences so the child can do that, which I think is more outlined in paragraph 1. But at the same time, the teacher isn't charged with giving their opinion, hosting an opinion about religion in the classroom. It's not to say students can't have thoughts and opinions and explore those. No. But it's more about like comparing religions. What do people believe about them? How did they begin? Where was the impetus of it? What is still happening today? Much more on a factual level, and then draw conclusions accordingly. But I think, like if an assessment came out about religions, it wouldn't so much be about opinions. Now, was that an after effect or a conclusion of what happens? Of course. And I think typically we would have those thoughts more teased out at home with the family on a much deeper level.
Right.
But I'm a former history teacher in this district. It's all coming back. But you never want to dissuade students from, speaking their mind and opinions, but you also have to curate this properly too in the classroom setting in a public school too. So I think that is probably what led CSBA to strike accordingly, but then also note in paragraph 1 that we really want to develop students' critical thinking skills, differentiate between fact and opinion. So what are people saying that are true and what are people saying that are not true on certain topics? And for controversial issues, it's definitely an art to navigate that properly in the classroom, given the state standards and the requirements. So, but this is why it's a good discussion, because it's exactly what the board policy committee was going through too. So
I feel like part of what you're saying is that paragraph 1 is so strong that you can more or less ignore bullet point number 2, right?
Yeah.
Because it's
Right.
already implied. So
Yes.
it's like I would almost be I would be happy if we actually just struck number 2, right? Provided that the teachers are already being guided to help develop the students' critical thinking skills, right?
Mhm.
But just giving the teacher some sort of mandate that for anything that might ever be considered controversial, that they present all of the different points of view evenly and in a balanced way feels a bridge too far.
Just want to make sure I'm understanding because I don't see a bullet here.
Number 2.
You're talking about the highlighted?
Instruction shall be presented in a balanced manner, addressing all sides of
Oh,
the
the
issue without
paragraph.
bias or
Okay,
prejudice.
perfect.
And in the clean one, I think.
Yeah.
Your suggestion is to strike it all together, the whole
I
thing?
would be more so I mean the fantasy would be some beautiful language that articulates the complexity and nuance here. We're probably not going to be able to wordsmith it at 10:46.
I don't know. David does a pretty good job in our committee meetings.
So, I mean, absent that, striking 2 feels like it actually gives the teacher more leeway and clarity than keeping it there. It feels like it puts them in a weird box where they have to take all the different possible points of view and broadcast and advocate for them equally.
Yeah, although I do like the terms without bias or prejudice. Because teachers come with their own hosts of thoughts when they walk in the room and their own life experiences. And so they're charged with doing that, but this explicitly calls that out. So, but I think maybe there might be other spots where it might work itself out.
Well, if you look at number 3, maybe that's where it needs to be. So a teacher may not advocate his or her personal points of view, but it should be. I mean, we added the bias and prejudice there with us,
Right,
right?
right.
More, and it encompasses it all.
Mhm.
Can I just remind you to unmute, otherwise the audio's not going to be captured.
Thank you.
Got to mute that.
Mike, do you have opinion?
No, I mean, I think that it's obviously it's an interesting conversation that's here. I do think there's something to be said about presenting, like, it's not saying that all sides of the issues have to get equal airtime. It's just saying that you need to present the multiple sides of the issues if it's being controversial. I also point out that for when there's a guest speaker, there's the same requirement there. So if we were going to do it here, we might want to look at the same thing for guest speakers. And yet you wouldn't want a guest speaker to come in and talk about something that you might find controversial and not have the counterbalancing part presented there. So look, it's a controversial issue. It's a thorny thing that's here. I don't think that this is bad policy to say that there has to be, multiple. We wouldn't want a classroom on one extreme presenting only one side of the view. So it feels like it's a good policy to say that that's not allowed. But I don't know how you do it without saying that, generally speaking, you must have a balanced view to present it. I don't think that they could just say, you must have a balanced view only when it's something that I find to be needing of it.
I mean, so it sounds like there's perhaps value in keeping two, but perhaps with the additional clarification that is highlighted.
So that highlighted one was highlighted because it was removed by staff?
No, because it was removed by CSBA, but I wanted to.
You wanted to highlight it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that sentence in there.
Okay.
Yeah, add it in.
Cool. We
So
have
you added it, is that what I heard?
Yeah, we'll add it in. It's the
Keep the highlighted.
it's
So
the
that'll
one
be
about
so that'll be a
it's
change.
very similar to what's in the first paragraph around separating fact from opinion. And I think it says warning against drawing conclusions from insufficient data. It's very similar to the opening one of some should be designed to develop students' critical thinking skills, ability to discriminate fact and opinion, respect for others, and understanding and tolerance of diverse points of view.
That part is great.
Yeah, I think it's.
Love paragraph 1.
I think that second one is very similar.
So in summary, we are keeping the highlighted item that was struck through, but we're going to unstrike it.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks for the discussion, folks.
Yeah. Great. Let me go back to the agenda. So done with controversial. Okay. General obligation bonds, 7214. I've learned to pause just a little bit longer, so just making sure. Looks like it's all from CSBA. Looks like it's all stuff that we already do, so it looks good to me. Okay, and then 14. So this one does have a little bit to discuss, and this one is bylaw 9250, remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits.
Yeah, thank you. So the board policy committee met. There's actually also a resolution that comes with this. But I think the main topic of conversation that we wanted to ensure the board had was the different options at the top of the bylaw. And so Rick and David had done some research about the actual dollar amounts and opportunities. So Rick, I can hand it over to you if you want to speak about, or David, either one, about the current maximum monthly compensation for board members. Currently, I believe it's at 240 a month. And so there was research done, and I think the maximum for our size district was 1,200 a month as what the maximum compensation would be per board member. Option 2 is when the board might come up with another figure within that range. So instead of 1,200, maybe they say, okay, well, for this next year, it'll be 500, or, make up a number, whatever is determined. And then the third one is that we don't elect to receive the compensation. So anyway, we wanted to bring this because there were different ideas about what should happen. And of course, you receive payments. So this is the time for that discussion. Is there anything else clarifying, or do you want to add anything, David or Rick?
What is the current policy? I can't remember.
So I think the current policy, we don't have a current policy.
Okay.
So this is introduced to make it clear.
What's our current behavior?
Yeah, so that's
240 a month.
240 a month.
right now it's right.
Yeah, 240 is the maximum for a school district with the ADA between 1,000
Okay.
and 10,000. And today, as well as when this takes effect January 1st, increased by 5% above the cap.
So effectively, that would be option 1, which is.
It could, yes, or it could be option 2 if we put in 240 in the blank.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah, and then every year you could choose to increase whatever you set this at 5%, even above the cap.
Yeah, I guess if we were to be below 1,200, we could go anywhere between 120 to 1,200, and then after that, 5% on top of that each year.
Yeah.
So for additional context, and I wanted to make sure that we have this as a full conversation, because obviously we're in an environment where we need to be conscious about things. But broadly, I think to your point, the policy committee's main goal was to set it up to reflect what is basically current practice across the board, both for the first line but as well as for the bottom lines that we could talk about too. In terms of the top line, I'll say that I think about the representation on our board and the extent to which it mirrors our community, and I think about what we ask of folks and what the opportunity cost is of them. And just in light of that, I don't think that the increase is, I don't think it's unreasonable relative to the time commitment. And I fear that if we don't do something that reflects the cost of living in the area and the amount of hours that are put into it, then we are artificially closing the funnel for candidates that we may want to be on the board.
Well put.
And so that would be recommending which
Option one.
option one,
Yeah.
current practice.
Current practice.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that, that it's sort of, I mean, sure, I would gladly not, option three would be fine, but I realize that that's not that may not be an option for everyone that wants to be on the board. So I think that it's important.
And sorry, just one other thing is I know that there's no obligation to take it either, right? So board members can make the decisions that are right for them to the extent that they're compensated. They, I think several do make decisions on what they do, but I want to make sure we're not artificially limiting the pool in advance.
Sure. And so what does that reflect back for? What's current practice for the second choice?
When you might know better. We're talking about through the health and welfare benefits piece, or what were you talking about?
Yeah, I don't even know. I was like, I don't know what current practice is for
Can I
that.
just summarize? So in the top section, the board is interested in option one, which would be the $1,200 per month. So I'll make sure at this moment. So I'll make sure I'm understanding.
Wait, is that not current policy or
Current policy is to pay the max. The max is $240 a month.
I see.
If we
Right.
formalize, our policy is to pay the max permissible by California law, then as of January 1st, that'll become $1,200 a month, given the size of our district.
Because they've changed the law?
Because they've changed the law.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So we always used to pay the max, which was $240, and now the max has been updated to $1,200.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still think we should probably just align with what the state is setting as the goals there.
Yep.
And do that. And what do we do for the health insurance one?
Yeah, this one I'm gonna have to defer more to.
What is the health insurance?
So,
Because it's going up.
so right now, board members are entitled to single payer at the maximum offered to RCTA. So that increases naturally. If the rate goes up, then your plan goes up. This is really, option one. Oh, there's the third one. I was thinking of the third one. Yeah, option one.
So the current practice is option one. Keep it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Oh, I missed it.
Former board members is the next.
Yeah.
I see. I missed that one. Cobra.
So as I understand it, prior to me being here, there's never been a request for an offer for board member benefits beyond their time as a board member. And so right now they are eligible, or any of you at the end of your term would be eligible to participate in COBRA to continue on with benefits if you were taking them or if you decided you wanted them. But there hasn't been historically any other offering to board members.
So in this case, it is the highlighted and then none of the options.
Yes.
Okay. Which I'm fine with as well.
And so Wait, there's a way to say, yeah, there's an option to say that it's not offered at all.
Correct.
Okay.
Except for COVID.
Run that by me again.
The bottom of page 3,
Yeah.
the highlighted board members may elect to pay Cobra. That is, I guess we'll call it option 0, which
Okay.
is also current practice.
I see.
So the second read will have all of those options eliminated. And it will just end with that Cobra sentence,
If that is what.
if that's the choice. Mhm.
Are there,
And take Cobra benefits, who pays for it?
they would have to,
The individual bills.
So isn't that option 2?
effectively, but it's limited time. And it's Cobra versus just,
I see.
Yeah.
Okay,
So option 2, I'll stick on Kaiser.
got it.
Right, if you were elected into Kaiser and then you leave, some districts allow you to continue with Kaiser. You just show up at the district office every month and pay the premium.
Right. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Option 1's like not even relevant, so, but yeah, okay. Great. So it's all resolved. Did we?
I'm fine with the highlighted.
Yeah,
As well. Absolutely.
that's how many jobs would work. It's paid for by if the member chooses to take it, they're paying for Cobra. It's like no cost to district, right? Yeah.
So effectively, we are codifying current practices.
Yeah. Sounds good.
And was there a question on the resolution?
Yeah.
Was that the next?
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I'm happy to talk about it, but when do you want to? I think as part of the policy, to note that there is a section that basically says board members are paid effectively, I think, pro rata based on their attendance at meetings. There is an exception if the board wants to compensate the individual or individuals who did not attend for whatever reason, then it would require a resolution. So the exhibit is a form resolution, but nothing for us to do on that today, but more of an acknowledgement that that is the procedure going forward.
okay. The default is you miss a meeting, you don't get, you
Yeah.
only get paid pro rata.
Yep, that's right.
Fair.
Did I misstate anything? Okay.
Got it. Sounds good. Shall we extend one more time?
10 minutes. All right, speed run. I move we extend the meeting to 11:10 PM.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, we're on to consent agenda. I think we finished our discussion items. So consent agenda, is there a second? All in favor? Perfect. And then we're on to, just so long, no action items. So board and superintendent's reports. Trustee Lee, why don't you start us off?
The things that I wrote down, went to, I think, the latest DLAC meeting, which was great, focused on board engagement, great turnout. Is a general pattern that we're seeing, which is excellent across schools. People are engaged, good conversation on challenges to engagement from the EL community and their families, which some of them can, I think, probably be addressed, and some are just really challenging to address. But I know that Dr. Baker and staff are, as we already heard, like doing quite a bit of work to help keep people engaged and informed. It was a productive meeting, and then had a policy committee meeting, which led to what we just had.
Cool. Not a whole lot to report from me, but I think I have successfully.
Unmute.
Not a whole lot to report from me, but I think I have successfully recruited a member of a taxpayer organization to fill that seat on CBOC. Application should drop in tomorrow or the next day.
You got another one also?
Okay.
Go for us.
And speaking of which, that's my one report is we had the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee last week. They approved their annual report for the 23-24 fiscal year for both Measure T and Measure S. So I'll come to the board for presentation at some point. And then they received a bunch of information about, they got the same Measure S implementation plan that we saw. They got Measure S progress, a bunch of stuff, lots of questions, things like that. So, Dr. Baker.
Same thing. And
All right, same as David Lee at DLAC and CBAC with Mike. And then I had a meeting with TAF parents on Friday in regard to the Superintendent's Advisory Council because I'm doing them English and then I go to each of the schools. And then did that again on at Garfield on Monday evening. Great turnout, 12 parents in person, 14 online. So really good. All right, that's it for me.
Awesome. There's no information items. Anything from correspondence that people want to read into the record? Other business suggested items for future agenda? Reflection?
Kind of sucks that the Zoom went out. So I hope we can look into that.
Yeah.
And do you feel? All right, I've unmuted on my laptop. So reflections. It's great to have the presentations, but I would have loved even more discussion and dialogue. So it felt like each of the presentations went like over an hour long, and then that kind of constrained how much back and forth and discussion we got to have about them, which was a little unfortunate. Clock in the back of the room is an hour off, by the way. That sort of got me. Yeah, for a bunch of the presentations, it felt like one of the things that I would love for, especially for a major report to have is when will we hear from you next, right? So there was a mention at the community school that there was going to be a report out on family engagement that was going to be shared by year end. Roughly what date, via what medium, it would be good to know that stuff. And just in general, if members of the public want to learn more about the subject matter, is there a link they can follow to kind of dive more into the topic would be really nice. Yeah.
I will echo, I think, everything that Trustee Weekly mentioned. The presentation, I'm sorry, I should say, I think the presentations were really helpful for me. They're just very long, and I think the discussion is, frankly, some of the most important stuff. I don't know how to. I wonder. I don't know if it's a policy, but I wonder if we can create a norm of like having some sort of like 30-minute or something of like a presentation time, and then let's dedicate the rest to the actual conversations. And I think we should have exceptions when necessary, and maybe this is one of them. It was very long, but again, I learned quite a bit, so who knows? I really appreciated that there was quite a bit of focus on kind of student outcomes across a range of things, right? Not just academically, but mental health and everything else. Like, I think this is kind of the core of what our job is. So I thought that was really helpful that we spent a lot of time on it, but it was like that's what we should be discussing, which is great. I appreciate, Mike, you keep doing your best, fighting valiantly.
I gave up.
Fought valiantly to keep us on track, and we're all guilty of it. So we all have room to get better, but I appreciate, I don't need to talk all the time as I talk, but I appreciate those check-ins. And then I really actually appreciated the variety of community engagement that we got. From like having the public comment from Augustine, having public comment on the phone. It's kind of all part of the same effort of like, we want to make sure that we are letting the full community know that they can come to board meetings. And so starting to see the fruit of that labor is, it's good.
Amen. A lot of training. It's not unnoticed.
Seeing results quantitatively, we can and qualitatively.
Elizabeth was texting and email. I'm on. I just want to make sure I was on.
Yeah. Yeah, good.
That's awesome.
Good. Well, thanks for supporting that.
Thank you for your
for
vote,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mike, what are your reflections?
I don't have much to add other than I did give up just on the pacing side of it. I think that, we just should get maybe get a little bit better about like padding 20 minutes to whatever presenters need so that we can have a little bit
Yeah,
of
I know,
discussion.
I knew next school would be long.
Yeah.
Michelle.
Look, it's so important too. Like, look, I wouldn't want to cut any of the material that was in there. I think just setting the expectation, of like, yeah, we should have put hour 20, hour and a half on I mean, for that one, that was 2 hours. Maybe that was a little excessive, but we should have at least set our own expectations for it. Better.
Something I've seen done at companies is you prepare a lot of material and you send it out and you basically enforce everyone's got to read this before we show up at the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And then there can be a presentation, but it's an executive overview of this meaty amount of material. So there's no narrating of decks. So I think like there's a little yellow flashing light that should come over our heads anytime that somebody's up at the podium. And most of what they're communicating, they're just reading a slide out loud because we all have read the deck in advance.
Yeah. On the flip side, I really appreciated hearing from the site counselors coming up, the partners coming up and talking and getting everybody to have a few minutes. I thought the variety of speakers was important, and that obviously is going to add to the amount of time that's going to happen anyway. So, great. Should we move on to meeting calendar?
Evelyn?
The meeting next week? There's a closed session the week after. Yeah.
Unmuted the habit.
There are.
There are two meetings. There's a closed session at 6:30. That should only take about 20 minutes on the 19th. And then the closed session on the 21st from 5 to 8.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Evelyn.
Perfect. Adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Yes, but we're not adjourning yet.
You had mentioned about some items you wanted to add to the board. Regarding CSBA.
Oh.
Regarding
CSBA, the annual education.
Oh, right. Yes. I think we are just going to, I appreciate that. Going to divide and conquer at AEC in terms of the topics that we're going to tackle at AEC. So
Yeah.
Morning of.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, though. Appreciate you.
Okay. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.